Can we have your attention, please, so that we can start with the conference? Thank you. Good morning to you all. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams, said Eleanor Roosevelt. But I'm sure that we would all agree that dreams and future do not do until we work hard and persistently. In this digital era, where we are deep into the progress of artificial intelligence, human still remains the main driving force who designs, connects, develops, and in one word, creates the world. Such a man, who deep in his heart believed in the beauty of his dream and persistently worked continuously to fulfill his dream of establishing a change-driven organization, which will truly be added value to society we live in, is now among us. It is my true honor to invite this gentleman, Professor Saša Kjosev, President of Balkan Economic Forum, North Macedonia, to wish you a warm welcome at this Balkan Economic Forum 2025 conference. Professor Kjosev, the floor is yours.
Each year, greater and greater experience, greater and greater encouragement, enthusiasm, ambition, happiness. I'm truly happy and honored and privileged to welcome you all here in Belgrade. Now let's go to the official part. Dear representatives of the government of the Republic of Serbia, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and embassy representatives, dear representatives of the foreign institutions in Serbia, dear partners, sponsors, colleagues and friends, it is a great honor to welcome you to the Balkan Economic Forum 2025. This annual gathering continues a journey that began in 2015 with the first Balkan Economic Conference in Athens, followed by our forums in Skopje, Tirana, Zagreb, and now in Belgrade. The Balkan Economic Forum is more than a conference. It is a platform where ideas become action, where leaders, innovators, and thinkers come together to shape a new development narrative for the Balkans region. Our mission remains clear: to strengthen the Balkan Economic Forum as a regional platform where leaders, experts, and innovators exchange ideas and solutions to the most pressing economic challenges of our time. We all share a common vision, a Balkan region built on good governance, sustainable economic growth, environmental responsibility, regional cooperation, and opportunities for education and employment. Sustainable development is not just a goal, it is our roadmap towards shared prosperity, social justice, and accountability. Together, we can build a brighter future, to be more connected, more resilient among ourselves, and to give our significant contribution to the betterment of the lives, of the living standards of the people living in the Balkans. I wish you an inspiring and productive conference. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Professor Kjosev. It is my pleasure to invite now Ms. Zsuzsana Királyi, Deputy Secretary General of Central European Initiative from Hungary. The floor is yours, Ms. Királyi.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Central European Initiative, I would like to welcome you all. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here today, so I wish to start by thanking the organizers for their kind invitation, as well as for putting together such an interesting program. First of all, let me highlight two aspects regarding the Balkan Economic Forum 2025. First, this Balkan Economic Forum is going to be held under the auspices of the Central European Initiative. It was not difficult to make this decision, since a perfect match exists between the rationale of this event and the political mission of our organization. Second, I'm very glad to be here in Belgrade, which gives me the opportunity to highlight that Serbia assumes the annual chairmanship of the Central European Initiative. As you might know, the Central European Initiative is the largest intergovernmental organization for regional cooperation in Europe. Our main mission is to work towards European integration and sustainable development. As I wish to keep my welcoming remarks brief, I would like to emphasize just one crucial point: the importance of the acceleration of the EU accession of the Western Balkan countries. We are meeting at a very important time for Europe. For too long, our European family has had a missing piece. Today, I want to talk about why we must complete our European project. It's absolutely essential that we bring the Western Balkans into the European Union. This isn't just another item on a long to-do list. It has always been a top priority. For us, it's not a question of if the Western Balkans will join the EU, but when. And we believe the time for when is now. This isn't just wishful thinking, it's a practical, common sense view. We are neighbors in this region. Your security is the region's security. Your stability is the region's stability. And when you succeed, the region succeeds. For over 20 years, the people of the Western Balkans have been promised a place in the EU. They have made those changes and the reforms, and they did it in good faith. But the process has been slow, full of delays and hesitation. We are impatient. We are impatient because we know we cannot have a strong and secure Europe with a gap in the middle of it. We also face major challenges today. A stable Western Balkans is a vital part of our shared security. But joining the EU isn't just about politics and security. It has to be built on real, solid connections that link us all together. This brings to me the most important pillars for our future, which are also topics of today's conference: infrastructure, connectivity, and digitalization. The Balkans have always been a crossroad for trade and people. But today, the infrastructure, the roads and railways, doesn't connect the region as it should. We can talk about a true single market if it takes longer to ship goods between two neighboring capitals in the Balkans than it does to cross half of Europe. This isn't just an economic problem. It's a weak spot for all of us. We must act quickly to build the modern transport links we all need. This means finishing the major motorways and railways that are part of the main European network, and we need to connect the region's big cities and ports to each other and to the rest of the EU. Second, and just as important, is the digital future. If transport links are the body's bloodstream, digital networks are the nervous system. The future is digital. Here, the Western Balkans has a special chance not just to catch up, but to jump ahead. We need to work together on digital rules, especially for new technology like artificial intelligence and on cybersecurity. We must be able to trust our digital work and protect our schools, hospitals, and businesses from cyber attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, the dream of a Europe that's whole and free is not finished yet. Bringing the Western Balkans into our family is the last, most important piece of that puzzle. This is a win-win for everyone. It will make the Western Balkans stronger and more successful, and it will make the European Union stronger, safer, and better able to compete in the world. Let's build the roads, the railways, and the digital connections. And let's finally, without more delays, welcome the Western Balkans home to the European Union. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Kirali. In fact, it is in supporting one another that two hands find strength. So another supporter of the Balkan Economic Forum is Western Balkans Fund Albania. So it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Gerk Mura, Executive Director of Western Balkans Fund Albania, to address you.
So, dear Sasho, dear participants, distinguished guests, it is a great pleasure to be here in Belgrade today at this gathering of the Balkan Economic Forum Annual Conference 2025, dedicated to support the expansion and implementation of innovative strategies and effective solutions to the current economic challenges in the Western Balkans. On behalf of WBF, one of the supporters of this event, let me congratulate with you and to wish full success. We are also happy that in this event we have joined forces with the Central European Initiative, which is the oldest and the largest regional organization in Southeast and Central Europe, with whom our fund has established a good cooperation. Dear Susanna, I'm so glad that this time we joined forces in this as partners in this joint event, and I'm sure that in the future we will find also other opportunities to support this kind of activities in the Western Balkans. Dear participants, this is the fourth time that you are meeting in the framework of this economic forum. And this is also an historical moment for our region when progress is visible, yet the region growth remains uneven and vulnerable to internal and external upsets. The region's economies are growing faster than the EU average, and they have made important progress in digital transformation and infrastructure. But still, much more need to be done. This is why the role, the views, the opinions of experts, professionals, and especially economists are becoming increasingly relevant, not only at the national, but also in the regional context. That's the importance of this forum that provides a unique opportunity to business leaders, policymakers, innovators, and development actors to discuss the future of our economies. Not only to highlight achievements and challenges, but also to share experiences by encouraging the success stories. To encourage the ones that are already transforming the region from within, are giving knowledge resulting to direct contribution to a better and shared future. At the Western Balkan Fund, we are committed to support this kind of dialogue that aims to become action. That's the reason that we really full-hearted supported the idea and all the activities of this forum. I want to inform you that we have 4 grant schemes at our fund, and I'm kindly asking also to have a look on those opportunities that we can provide, and it will be our pleasure to support this kind of activities in the future as well. In many of over 430 grants that we have already awarded, when it comes to the economic development, the main areas that we are supporting are connectivity and digital transformation, sustainable and inclusive economic growth, and of course, regional cooperation and institutional capacity. I am sure that your remarks and deliveries in this forum will reflect the context of where we are, and the context is not the best, sometimes with challenges and obstacles. But without disconnecting from this reality, I would like to end my speech with somewhat optimistic note from our fund recent history. This year, a week ago, Western Balkan Fund was invited for the first time as a partner at the Summit of Leaders in the Berlin process. The truth is that until a few years ago, it would have been totally unthinkable for a small and modest organization as ours to sit on that table. But what made us grow was not only what we do, or the desire to put in what we do. What has truly made a difference for us has been consistency and determination of believing and investing in the ideas of a united, prosperous, and connected Western Balkans. This is the same consistency and power that I see here today. And I want to use this opportunity to ask dear Sasho that it will be a pleasure for our fund to continue working with you and with your forum in the years to come, and we look forward to your proposals for support in the future as well. And let me conclude by mentioning that believing in our ideas, believing in togetherness is very important in this region. Because as the old Greeks have mentioned, alone you can travel faster, but together you will travel further. And with this, I want to thank you all for your attention and to wish full success in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mura. Yes, miracles happen when you believe. And the last but not the least one to address you in this welcoming address panel is Mr. Dinko Error, Vice President, EMEA, Central, North and Eastern Europe from Red Hat, Germany.
So, good morning, everybody. The morning started very symbolic to me. So, I watched the TV in my room, and I saw two bridges, which to some of us, especially of this part of Balkan, means a lot. I saw the old bridge on Drina, and was thinking about a book by Nobel writer Ivo Andrić, and then 5 minutes later, I see also the old bridge in Mostar. And then I was thinking, this day today is about the bridges, isn't it? It is bringing all of us together. But as I'm coming from the digital industry, instead of only connecting the people, I also saw internet connections, AI, and digital world going through these bridges. And I'm inviting all of you today and in the future on this way. And we are already in the good way. I just recognize IT and digital business on Balkans is already today producing $2 billion on a value. We are already unbelievably successful providing digital services for Balkan countries, but even more for European Union and for other continents in the world. And we are very used to the digital. The average usage of internet in EU is 78%, on Balkan 80%. Even my mother with 82 is using internet every day. We are on average on Balkan spending 6 hours per day on our mobile devices. Is that always the smart scrolling in Instagram or doing something smart? That is another topic. But let us use this energy and move to the next level. You can ask yourself, and then, by the way, we have in a few minutes also one of our panelists where we have some people who are running the digital industry here. I recognize also the average of usage of e-government in European Union is 48%. In some of the Balkan countries, even 51%. So we can be proud. We are always looking to other countries. I live in Germany, but I'm from here, and I believe we can be proud what is already achieved, and thank you, Sasha, and Balkan Economic Forum to bringing us together. To finish that, you can ask maybe yourself, what a big American company, we are 25,000 people as a Red Hat, really Red Hat, part of the big IBM company with almost 300,000 people, what we are doing here. There are 3 reasons. The first one, We believe on giving back to the society. We are doing unbelievable business in this region with the banks, with the manufacturing, with the public industry, with everybody, with universities, and we want to give something back without any expectations. The second one, we really believe, and I agree, Susanna, with you, the future is digital, the future is AI, the future is cloud, the future is technology. We want to help you to go on to this way. And then there is a third view. We as a company are part of something special. We call that open source. You probably all heard about Linux and Linus Torvald, who was the founder of this idea. We believe that software belongs to everybody. We are giving our software every single life for free to our customers and partners. We work as a collaboration of 40 million developers around the globe, and we are also a normal business company, but we do our money through services and education. But the main outcome of that, and we will discuss that in a few minutes, the outcome of the belief software belongs to everybody, we call that open source, is open culture, which means we are including everybody, we are brutally transparent, and we are collaborating to the common success. And I see this day and Balkan Economic Forum as the best way to do it. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day.
Thank you, Mr. Erer. I would agree with you, and I hope all of us would agree that the purpose of changing this world is building bridges and not walls. In that sense, on behalf of all the speakers in the welcoming address session, I can say that we can pronounce this conference, Balkan Economic Forum 2025, open. Before we start and the conference takes off with the panel, we would kindly ask for you to come for a joint photography, and after the joint photography, we would continue with panel 1. So please do. The photo would be taken here. Thank you for the smiles. I hope this would be a good memory to share in a few years' time, considering the fact that this is the fourth one. Now we will start with panel one, with actual work. Digitalizing the Balkans, challenges and opportunities. I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Stanislav Leshinsky, Regional Sales Manager for the SC region from Red Hat Poland, to take the floor and the panel. The floor is yours.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stanislav Leshinsky. It's my honor and pleasure to be the moderator for the panel. Before we start, let me invite my boss, Agnes Fabok, to deliver a short introductory keynote before the panel. Agnes, General Manager, Central Eastern Europe region.
Thank you, Stanislav. So, digitalization is reshaping the economies. It opens the door towards innovation, growth, and competitiveness. So my name is Agnes Fabok, and I am responsible for Central Eastern European region at Red Hat, and it's my real pleasure to be here. The reason is because the values of the company I am working for, Red Hat, also my personal values, are very close to the values of this event. And that are openness, communication, sharing new ideas, and working together. Because today, the innovation is not a one-man show. We cannot do that alone. We can do that only and only if we work together. So, where we are today, where is our region today? Let me, okay, that works, perfect. So, if I look at Central Eastern Europe, and I can speak about my personal and company experience, it's starting from Poland down to the Balkans. The fastest growing region for Red Hat is Southeast Europe. It's Balkans. So it's tremendous. The growth is a two-digit growth from business perspective, and we are an open source IT company. It means that the digitalization, the IT, is growing really fast in this region. Are we where we would like to be today? Not yet. But it doesn't mean we are not on a bad path. We are on a really good way to go. The following slide, you probably know. Yes, so this is from Western Balkan Digital Economy and Society Index. When I searched for that on OECD website, it was shown as data from 2025, although the data was collected between 2020 and 2023. Maybe some numbers changed, but we see the trend. And what my boss, Dinko Errol, told, the internet usage is very high in the region. How it is made, the statistics, it's no problem if you don't see the numbers. I will just add some comments. The EU average is set at 100%, and the Western Balkans is measured towards this 100%, where we are. So as we see that the region is somewhere around a little bit higher than 50% of EU average. What I would like to highlight is that the infrastructure investments help the region in the connectivity, and it's around 95% of EU average. It's very good. So infrastructure, internet is available everywhere. But if we look at this slide deck also, on this slide also from the policymakers' perspective, we see that the people in the communication with government, with public institutions, are not really using the digital tools. So we have to do our homework here. Why is it? So maybe we will find some answers in the coming panel discussions. It might be trust, it might be the knowledge gap, so people have to use that tools, or something else. So we have to work on that. So if we speak about the knowledge and the knowledge gap, The green line on the top is the EU average. The dotted line is where we are. But don't feel bad. EU is not fully yet where it should be. If we meet at the conferences with our customers, partners, decision makers, they face the knowledge gap still. And I would like to highlight something, what is good, and it is if we look at the next, I will come back, the next slide about the available computer science education on the globe. All the companies, I have a pointer. No, I don't. But if you look at this map, you see that the Balkan region is marked mainly green. It means that computer science is either mandatory or available at the schools. And look at the US, Canada, or other countries around the world. They are not doing that. We are doing that. And we have to be proud of that. We will close this knowledge gap very fast. And there is one additional thing which is the advantage of this region. And it was a few years ago advantage of Poland also. And this is what we call leapfrogging, if I pronounce it properly. What does it mean? Our economies are a little bit behind in the technology than the Western world. But the Western world has to develop the technology step by step, and it took them a long time. And we have the opportunity to apply, to use this technology immediately without going through this long way of developing it. For example, if I speak about another region, Poland, they started to build the infrastructure, optical cables, everything later than the Western countries. And now the big data centers are there because they have a newer infrastructure. So this is something what we also have here. And we have to believe in ourselves. The statistics doesn't matter. We will be there, and I strongly believe in that. So how Red Hat also helps and supports this initiative. Yes, we are a business-oriented organization, but we are an open source company, and we really invest in the future and in the future of the digitalization. So Red Hat offers a free of charge program for academy and for the universities. What we do, we give really free of charge to the universities the trainings about the newest technology, what our customers, companies have to pay for. That are $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 courses, and we give it free to the students. Why we do that? Because we believe that they will go later on to the job market and will help grow also the economy. Of course, we also have some interest in it, but it's a long-term interest. When they will find job, we hope they will like also our company. But the most important is here that they can learn real life knowledge. So they learn how to make a Kubernetes, how to use Kubernetes-based applications. They learn about the cloud, hybrid cloud, about Linux, about development, and we help in that. So this is the commitment of Red Hat. What about the AI? AI, I did 2 exercises. The first one is, I checked, this is a report of Stanford University, and a new one from 2025. And it was checking how many AI projects are in GitHub. So if you are not from technology, I made a small comment. GitHub is a platform where the developer society from the whole world is sharing their projects, what they are working on. They are developing there the AI applications. There are millions, as Dinko Aaron mentioned, also working in this society. So in 2023, there were 1.8 million projects, 1.8. What I did, it was a little bit of fun exercise. I asked Gemini and ChatGPT how many projects are today. Is this data reliable? Yes. I should check the resources. But more or less, I received the same answer, 4.3 million. In 2 years, it grew, doubled. Yeah. So it means we go in this direction and we need this knowledge. So, and this is before my last slide, so I will not speak too long anymore. On the left side, you see I collected quite a lot of research checking what are the top IT priorities in Central Eastern Europe and also in the Balkans. Let's look at the top three. The first one is AI adoption, artificial intelligence, and also governance. The second one is cybersecurity and digital trust. And the third one, cloud and digital infrastructure modernization. On the other side, you see a slide with quite a lot of red colors. This is Red Hat. We did a research asking more than 900 IT leaders and engineers about their own top priorities, what will be their focus in the next 1.5 years. And look, we asked this question in 14 countries. It was not Central Eastern Europe, Switzerland, UK, Germany, and some other Western European countries. And look, the answers are so similar what we have in Central Eastern Europe and also in Balkans. The majority of IT leaders is telling artificial intelligence will be a main focus. Hybrid and multi-cloud. This is very important also from the governments and policy-making perspective. Why? Because it's collected to sovereignty. Where I want to run my data, when I have this data in the public cloud, I want to have my own servers in the private cloud. So Red Hat, our platform, gives an option for the companies, for the government, public organizations to choose where they want to run their workloads. And we are open source. It's a global community. No one can simply shut down and the country cannot decide about availability of, not availability of these tools. So it's very much connected with the sovereignty. And the security is a key question also for us in the Red Hat strategy, and we have policymakers in that aspect. And now I am coming to my last slide before handing over to the honored panelist, the Sen. It is, what are the Red Hat commitments? First, we commit to the society that we will work, and we are working on educating the next generation. I already mentioned the university program, but we do even more than that. For example, we work with the younger generation. There is a global initiative called Teens in AI that are teenagers who are between 12 and 18 years old. And there is a hackathon for them. They are developing artificial intelligence, AI-based applications. Young girls, and I had the honor to mentor the winners from Pakistan, because it's a global one. There were young people from Bulgaria, from Pakistan, South Africa. The winners were two young ladies, 16 years old, coming from Pakistan, in a country where it is not easy to live and work on that. And they won. And Red Hat helps also with technology. We teach them how to create this application, so our technical team gives them also support. What we do, we are working also with the younger children. We create for them so-called STEM packs. This is science, technical, mathematics, and engineering papers. So, for example, in Warsaw office, we came together, we put on a piece of paper some stickers, yeah? How to think in a way you have to program. Yes, so there were some arrows for this picture, if this picture you have to decide, go up and down. So this is how we teach also thinking for the younger generation. It's very important. And the last two, empowering the public sector. So in public sector, we advocate for open source. And we help government organizations, both in Balkans and around the world, to use open source technologies. We are endorsing global standards, which is really important. So we have also policymakers address new regulations and security challenges. So are we actively working with EU AI Act, NIS2 directive, which is important for the banks. And we contribute also the security best practices, like, for example, NIST Secure Software Development Framework. And finally, we give back with volunteering to the society. These are the associates who are working for Red Hat. We can, after volunteering, give some money to some initiatives, and we are doing that as private persons also, not only as a company. So I strongly believe that we are on a good path on digitalization. We have a great opportunity to jump high, which is the leapfrogging, to use the newest technologies. Only we together, as companies from the business, policymakers, hand in hand, have to work on that together. And if we do that, we will be there. I am very, very proud of working in Central Eastern Europe, visiting Balkans and the region, and thank you very much for inviting us. And now, Stanislav Leszczyński and our panel will start. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agnes, for setting the stage for the panel. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please let me invite our distinguished panelists. Let me start with Mr. Sasha Bilic, CEO of Apis IT Croatia, former president of Euritas. Professor Robert Marciniak, associate professor at Corvinus University, Budapest. Ms. Tania Kuzman, Digital Serbia Initiative, CEO. Mr. Nebojša Bielotomik, hopefully I pronounced it right. Advisor to the President of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Serbia. And last but not least, the one you already met, Mr. Dinko Error, Vice President, Senior Region at Red Hat.
I believe he deserves applause. He's a little bit nervous.
Absolutely not. I'm the frame for the great picture our panelists are making here. So don't bother with me. I'm just the frame. As we learned already, the panel is about digitalizing the Balkans, challenges and opportunities. What I just learned, we should have changed the panel name into Digitalizing the Balkans, Lessons Western Europe Can Learn from Us. As in many areas, actually, the digitization level is higher than in Western Europe. And of course, I prepared a storyline for this panel. However, this topic actually, I believe, deserves to be the first topic to start with. Can you please comment if this bold statement that Balkan digitization is really at the higher stage already than the Western Europe, is it true or not? What would be your comments? Maybe let me start with Mr. Sasha Bilic. What's the actually you are representing? You can offer us the European perspective on that. No. Is the question, is current state of digitization of Balkans beyond what you see in the Western Europe, or below?
I mean, I think that countries in the region are small enough to work toward centralized government IT. I can only talk mainly about IT in government, because I'm not like a business or any IT analyst for the region. As I said, I think our countries are small enough to really think and drive through the centralized government IT, which brings a lot of benefits, utilization of resources, possibility to give central government and their authorities really good baseline for business process reengineering, which I think is the key issue here in the area. We all know that bureaucratization and heritage that we all had from the past since 20, 30, 50 years is maybe, how to say, jeopardizing fast movement in providing both citizens and companies operating in the area better, fast, and more digitalized services. And I think this would be the best approach in that way. Comparing that to Europe, I would say we are in the middle. The good thing is that there is a high heritage of some old legacy digitization in Europe, which now needs quite complex re-engineering. And it takes time, it takes money, it takes resources, mainly people one. Being in the area where there is I wouldn't say there is a lot of greenfield, but there is a possibility to have quick wins is really key. This area will, I fully agree with Agnes that she spoke a couple of minutes ago, will soon become, I hope sooner than later, members of EU. When becoming members, you have access to a lot of funds, which we in Croatia did a lot. So I would say the money, the financial resources shouldn't be an issue in the following years for the area, but the common political will. We have also, as we heard and we know, quite good and strong IT community in the area. If you combine that all together, I think a lot of quick wins has to be done. And what Europe can offer is a lot of know-how, a lot of what to do, what not to do in those steps. And yeah, I think that there should be a bright future about digitization of this area.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry about this unexpected question. If I can ask a similar question to you, Tanya, what would be your perspective, given your current experience and your past experience from as the responsible person for the consulting company covering the region?
Well, from my perspective, I think that we came a long way in the last couple of years as a region in terms of digitalization and what we have achieved. I think that in terms of education of the future generations, we also created a lot of progress in terms of introducing programming in primary schools, introducing different computer science modules in the secondary schools, and also changing the university education. However, when we compare ourselves, of course, to Western Europe and more developed countries, I think we have a long way to go. And I think that we need a lot of leapfrogging. This region historically did not show that, I would say, we are prone to leapfrogging and that we can easily do that. So we need to actually have this as a highest possible priority in general, which I think through time, like it has been and then it has not and then it has, and we go up and down, I think, in the rhetorics around it. And the second thing that I believe also is that the progress in terms of digitalization will come from actually the pressure from the private sector usually. We saw that when there is a strong willingness on the government side, but then again a strong push from the private sector towards that, then the results can come into the picture. And we saw that on a couple of occasions for different countries in Europe, that they managed to leapfrog in those circumstances. So I think that for the region, the most important aspect would be to actually make sure that we do not repeat the same mistakes that some other countries have done in the past. Sometimes we also over-engineer certain things because of the fact that we want to kind of, as we call it in this region, invent the hot water. without, like thinking it through. And I think that when it comes to digital services, sometimes we do not consider enough who are the users on the other end. So in this region, as someone who led the digital practice around Southeast Europe, I have seen many times digital services that are created, and they are not, very user-friendly, or, like people do not use them. You have like 8% of the usage of certain digital services, and then without questioning, like why this is so, you continue building the similar services. So I think that these things need to be taken into consideration for the future if we want to kind of leapfrog and make the progress in the countries.
Thank you very much for that. So let's stay in Serbia, and let me pass the same question to Nebojša. You as the agent connecting business and government. How do you perceive this area?
Well, I'm an IT guy first and foremost, and as an IT guy, actually, I don't know, for you who woke up this morning in Belgrade, are you aware that you woke up in a country that is nearing 10% of the GDP contribution coming from IT? And if we play the game that Agnes was showing us in the cohorts, and we start looking into ages of 25, 35, or 35 to 45, we are way ahead, actually, of Western Europe. If you look at some of the goals of Western Europe to be the 30% of students at university by 2030 in STEM, currently our universities are 40% over. So, I mean, look, I'm not talking about the economy as a whole. We have a bank-centric system. We have a lot of other issues. But when we're talking about IT and digitalization, I mean, we are doing some okay things. Actually, look, one of the biggest problems we're discussing here in the region is how to scale up our startups. And that's a, developed countries' problem. So in that sense, digitalization is maybe at the forefront of the society in Western Balkan. Western Balkan societies itself are, still in search for themselves and where they want to be and where they want to go. That's the truth. But I think that as an IT guy, as I said, if others do a catch-up to us, we'll be much better off.
Thank you very much, Nebojša. And if I may ask our distinguished panelists, if you feel immediate need to comment what has been said, I truly appreciate that. Let's make it live conversation, live dispute. I will try, of course, to say something maybe not controversial, but a little bit provocative, just to spice the conversation up. Let's jump to Budapest then, and let's hear the academic perspective on that.
Okay, thank you very much for the question and the invitation. So it's a privilege to be here and speaking about the digitalization of the region. I think it's not an easy question because the digitalization, it's a long journey, and we are on this journey and this path for a long time. And what I see that there are quick wins, what we heard earlier in this journey. We could make these quick steps and quick wins easily, but the big transformation for some sector like the infrastructure, the energy infrastructure, or maybe the IT infrastructure, it's not as quick and not as easy to say and think what we have experienced in the last decade. And what we heard in these first speakers about the AI, the importance of AI, it's now the biggest hype around the digitalization. And we also heard that it needs these skills, not only the basics, but above the basic digital literacy skills for everyone in the society, but above these skills in order to exploit the AI capabilities to make the digitalization faster and and more useful for the whole society and the business. What I would like to say, it's one side of the question. The other side is the infrastructure. So we could invest in the IT infrastructure in order to exploit the AI hype nowadays. And that's also not a quick win situation. That means a big investment from the governments, from the local governments, from the business side as well. So from academic perspective, what I see that there is a lifelong learning situation when the society and the business needs a quicker skills upskilling of the employees, which means a big pressure for the education side. But the other side, what we see that the business and the governments need to invest in the IT infrastructure much quicker because this AI competition, it's a global competition. So these countries in the Balkan region also need to invest their own infrastructure, AI infrastructure, data infrastructure, AI infrastructure in order to exploit the possibilities, the opportunities of this AI hype. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Robert. And then, as you all know, there are lies, big lies, and statistics. And we saw already the statistics. And then what it matters is how do we feel how the real life looks like. So actually, I would like to take this privilege to wrap up this question by the person who actually was born here and lives in Germany, so has a perfect feeling. How does it fit together?
So, thank you very much. I have some good news, some bad news. I will start with two small examples. Thank you. A digital word. So. With some good news and two examples. Every time we travel somewhere, we do almost two things. We participate in such conferences, and I like this one, by the way, but we also go to our customers and partners. And yesterday afternoon, Stanislav and I went to one bank in Belgrade. CIO waited for us, took us to the elevator, took us to his level, and then there is the card reader for the badges. But he didn't have a badge. He had only his smartphone, put it on it, and I recognized I don't have such devices and such smartphones usage in Germany. And then we came to his office. He asked, do you want to drink something? We said yes, espresso, cappuccino, water. And he was typing on his phone. And I thought for the first second, how unfriendly is that he's just typing on his phone. But that was not the case. They have an app in the company ordering a coffee, and 5 minutes later, somebody brought a coffee to our office. A small example of a beautiful usage of technology. We were very fast. We needed only 1 minute for all of that, and we went to business. And I would like also, Agnes, if I may, every time we go in Poland, which is not Balkan, but belongs to the pretty similar history and culture as many of us, and every time we go to some ministries in Warsaw, as a German, I have to take, I'm now German, yeah? So I have to take my passport out, and she writes everything, and she has her digital ID on her smartphone. That doesn't exist in Germany. That's good news. But the second, I would be provocative, Stanislav, and all of you, if I may. The question is not more so important, Eastern Europe, Western Europe. Unfortunately, we are still divided in EU countries, non-EU countries. I have a dream that all of that will be, again, one big Europe, however we call it. But the problem is much bigger. And I will not go into geostrategic things, but I will stay in an IT and digital world on a geostrategic level. Unfortunately, the IT and digital train left Europe in the last 50 years. the most important things in this world for everything what is IT and digital, that is a hardware, that is a software, and that is a cloud. 98% of all of that is owned by the companies outside of Europe. That is Dell, that is HP, that is Oracle, that is IBM, that is Huawei, that is Cisco. All these companies are coming either from Asia or from United States. We have a serious issue as a continent, but we have also a solution. Solution is to keep the freedom in the world, and if we do that, if we make that as a continent, then the application of this IT, that is where our advance is. I do not see any chance and any need that we develop again the same what somebody did somewhere. But the usage of that in the healthcare, in education, in a manufacturing, in a public government institutions is huge, and I would suggest to all of us to focus on that.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Dinko. All right, so that was like a warm-up, unexpected warm-up. I apologize. And then let's go to our storyline. By the way, I prepared 8 topics. So for all the other panelists, most likely you are free for the rest of the day. So sorry about that. So we already started talking about the Nobel Prize winners. Recent Nobel Prize winners from the economy went to the gentleman who proved the linkage between something and innovations. While discussion about innovations is boring, because I believe there's a consensus here that innovations are generally good. But there's a caveat in that. The Nobel Prize winners came up with the idea of so-called creative destruction, and they proved actually that the innovation requires destruction of the past models. It goes head to head. And then there's a question, and here I'm looking for this time I'm looking for the volunteer from the panel to start with. The question is, which models, which organizations, which teams, which policies, which systems are you ready to sacrifice in order to innovate faster? Thank you, Anna Voice.
Well, one thing, I mean, Professor probably can say more, but if I remember right, my economic classes, Schumpeter talked about creative destruction. So we Europeans need to remember what we learned already in previous centuries. And another thing, these guys that got Nobel Prize did their works in early 90s. So that tells you a lot about European situation that Dinko was mentioning. But at the same time, there is a silver lining to it. Europe actually has the most early stage startups as of all markets, if you look at them. And then these guys, unfortunately, if they're good enough, leaves us and go to grow into different markets. And that's a bit almost like a natural story, because we have these big mastodons that got created in last 100, 150 years that are, almost controlling the markets here in Europe. And they are a bit slow, and they are not so competitive, as we can see from their stock performances. And they need infusion of technology. So let's just say that we don't have to destroy things. What if we fuse them? What if we take all these bright people from universities that Europe still has the most PhD candidates in the world? Maybe not as many papers, but at the same time, I have to say something that caught my eye. In the data that Agnes showed us, the Montenegrins have the biggest knowledge about digital skills, but Bosnians have the biggest activity on purchasing on internet. Tells you something about bean counting in Balkans. So the same thing about, you know, statistics in Europe and how we always do honest statistics as opposed to maybe somebody else. We have the most PhDs, we have the most startups, meaning that we have the knowledge, and then we have these big companies that are really good on their markets, but maybe are getting slow on their feet and not maybe being technologically on the cutting edge. So what if we kind of fuse that? And I'm not talking about something that is not happening. If you look at one of the biggest investments in the last several months, ASML, that actually is the how to say it, the most worthy organization by capital in Europe, the Netherlands guys who do the printing for microchips, have invested in Mistral, which is one of the leading AI companies in the world and leading in Europe. And that is maybe what I'm talking about. So you have some guys who are doing something really provocative, thought-breaking and cutting edge, and then you have the guys who already have an awesome you know, market position, and they fuse their knowledge, their organizations, their operations. And we have a lot of examples of that. Some great startups in energy and some Schneiders of the world. We have a lot of companies that are example of cutting edge still in terms of market position, maybe being overrun by other competition because of you know, being slow, but then we have all these great startups. And I think we can look in this way. That will be my, you know, food for thought.
Thank you, Nebojša. Who am I to comment? However, of course I will, but let the other talk. Sasha?
Yeah, I would definitely, what Nebojša said, I would agree on in terms of that we have certain success stories and that we have the, I call them outliers in Europe. And what Nebojša mentioned, this kind of collaboration and fusing each other happens not that often, at least what we see by data and what we see by other nations' data as well. So in my view, I think that we need to distract, if we can say so, or change the way how we kind of shape the future generations, because the knowledge about the markets, the knowledge about sales, marketing, about growth, about innovation and how innovation is built, what we do in Europe mostly is not what creates success in global terms. And we can see that by the micro ecosystem that was created by NVIDIA, with all the different kind of investments. So we can see that by other examples from China as well, because if we look at the, you know, like biggest companies by valuation in terms of innovation, you will see that China is kind of getting up there and being among the top. And by the way, in Europe, majority of the next generations, when you talk to them, as a professor, I have that opportunity, majority of the students don't even know about all the things that are happening in China, for example, or names of those companies, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that the way we currently are doing things is not working, obviously, because the data says so, and we all kind of notice that our startups have the really big issue of scaling, really big issue of becoming these big successful stories. As I said, again, we have the outliers, but then when we look at other ecosystems that have managed to kind of make sure that a large percentage of their startups kind of grow globally and come into the phases of becoming global success stories, then I think this is something where we need to change our attitudes towards and the way how we think. We don't teach, for example, global mindset, which for, you know, like US students or students in China is kind of the normal. It's not something that they need to be taught towards. But in Europe, it's totally different. We didn't embrace that mindset through years. And in addition to that, the knowledge that we have accumulated, we somehow rely heavily on that. I think that actually the knowledge that comes from other markets is what the Europe needs to kind of distract what we already know and create some better future for Europe.
Don't switch off the mic, please. Tanya, do you have, perhaps in the back of your mind, the number of startups that are the percentage of startups that are failing?
I don't have it as the number, to be honest, in Europe. I don't have it in the back of my mind, but there is a statistics that has been done by Atomico, which is like, I would say, the biggest research of the startup ecosystem that has been done in Europe. And what we see is that the percentage of startups that are failing is increasing through years in Europe. In addition to that, the percentage of startups that is getting from the pre-seed, seed stages towards the scaling stages is going down, basically, and these percentages are kind of worrying in terms of how the statistics work, for example, in the US or China.
Absolutely.
Actually, what Tanya's saying, absolutely right. If you look at the percentage of startups that move from seed to Series A in Balkans area is 2%, while European average is about 10 to 12. So when it comes to scaling, it's not that we are going down, we are not, never went up.
However, I promise not to comment, but it doesn't mean it is necessarily bad, because that is a part of the destruction process, and that's a part of the investment. That's why it's called venture capital. Who's next?
Well, I mean, I'm teaching about innovation in government, so we can have a long discussion on that.
We have full day.
Just joking. Well, as Dinko said, we all know that the majority of IT basic infrastructure is out of Europe, and that's the fact. I'm not sure if we will ever be able to come even close to that, but we are all, not West Balkans, not Southeast Europe, but Europe and world is depending on that. It's also the way how you use that equipment or that infrastructure. You can put everything to cloud. We heard some of those international names and companies and forget about everything else, but then there is a question about security, accessibility of the data, business continuity, and so on, and dependency on that. Or you can, if you have skilled people, buy bits and pieces and make your own clouds, your own infrastructure, your own systems. If I see most of the companies in the area, I can refer also to 2 unicorns in Croatia that we have. Most of those companies really utilized the existing technology that happened at that, or that existed at that point of time, and while that technology evolved and developed, made a big business about that. I suppose you heard about company InfoBeep that started with a simple SMS, and now as OTT, as internet, as cloud developed, they made multi-million-dollar business about customer experience. Rimac guy from Croatia who also didn't invent battery or electric cars, but found a smart way how to utilize battery usage, how to digitalize the whole process, and he's also making a huge business collaborating with European companies. When we are talking about government, just to finish with that, there are 4 types of innovations, but let's focus on process innovation. I think this is the key thing, because if you only digitize current bureaucracy or current paperwork, you will not do much. Probably you will not be able to digitize that at all. The thing is how to reinvent some processes, how to reinvent and digitalize or even change some services in order for them to be easy to use, affordable, and be able to launch that and give it to the customers, meaning government, or sorry, citizens or companies in the efficient and, how to say, easy to use way. I think that's, if you are talking about digitization, if you are talking about government, this is the key thing that all the countries in the area should do.
Perfect, yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sasha. If I may just continue with you with this question. You mentioned obviously requirement to change the processes. What about changing the culture? Or maybe culture is that.
I apologize. I would like to stay for a second by the previous question, if okay. If I understood your question, Stanislav, correctly, it was which of the actual businesses we have to sacrifice for the new businesses, digital technology. And I would like to challenge that. I don't want that. and the history of technology development in the last 500 years is teaching us that the new stuff is bringing new value without killing the past. I will take a very simple example. For many thousands of years, we had only verbal communication. Then Gutenberg came and we started to print the books and reading the books. Then in the 19th century, radio came and we have today books and radio. Then television came and we have today books and radio and television and we use it every single day. And then internet came and we use books and radio and television and internet and we use it together and we use all of that in internet. And I want everything what we have, every industry, everything to keep, and I really personally believe AI is the chance to go to the next level. Now, for the actual word, I'm a little bit 50-50 what my colleagues here said. There are really some good things, and Nebojša and Sasha told it. That's a UiPath, unbelievable robotic company, software robotic company from Bucharest, unicorn, worldwide, all good. That's an Infobip. There are also some service companies also here from Belgrade as a Comtraders, Edgetech, as Auspices in Croatia. As much as I like this success and as good it is, the question is we are too outsourcing oriented on Balkan. Only these few unicorns, and as much as I love them, are really global companies. But the rest of the IT and digital industry in Balkan is doing services and solutions for others. We are pure service for them. And my suggestion is to keep that, but to work much closer with the industry on Balkan. I'm suggesting IT, digital, and the local industries, whoever it is, coming together and developing the new solutions. And I would like Agnes to take a detail from your presentation. If you saw statistics from Agnes, every of her statistics was finishing at 2023 because somebody in some research institute has to publish all of that. She has to Google and find it. And then she went to AI. Did you recognize that? And the AI results is from 25. It's a detail, but very important. And I would finish challenging all of that with the good news. There are two biggest IT conferences in the world. One is happening in Dubai called GITEX, and one is always happening, this was 2 weeks ago, and the next one is a web summit coming in 2 weeks in Lisbon. I'm visiting both of them for many, many, many years, and 5 or 10 years ago, there was almost nobody from Balkan. Last year, I visited both of them, and on every single corner, I heard some of our languages, I heard some companies, Croatia, Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, all of them were there. Web Summit in Lisbon, take that on your radar in 2 weeks. It will be fully in the hands of Balkan companies. So yes, not everything is perfect, but I'm looking very positively without sacrificing what we have today.
Thank you, Dinko. Sasha, I remember that this question will come to you. No worries, Robert.
Just a short comment to this question. So, first of all, it's very important to see what are the advantages of this Balkan region. So, I absolutely agree that these countries need to exploit this advantage. But we should highlight that the technology is always going forward. That means those advantages, which is in the present about the infrastructure, about the basic IT, digital knowledge in the society, it's not a static. They are in a dynamic environment. That means these countries need to renew this infrastructure, need to renew this knowledge of the society in order to exploit the newer and newer technological progress. So first of all, I think these investments need to go those sectors, those companies where they have higher impact. So maybe the public governance, maybe the energy infrastructure, maybe the education, maybe the data IT infrastructure. That could be those sectors where need to make a bigger transformation in order to exploit not only these advantages, but the future capabilities. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Robert. I'm receiving nervous signals to finish, of course. I promise, before we wrap up, five minutes wrap up, Sasha, as my favorite quote, one of the favorite quotes is that the culture is strategy for breakfast. How culture change fits into innovation and this leapfrogging, this mandate, entire topic of our conversation.
I mean, if people, not organization, people are willing to learn, willing to develop themselves, and you give them technology to play with, of course, under certain rules, not to play like children. If you empower them, if you give them clear goals, if you have entire ecosystem of, I don't know, policymakers, stakeholder, government, IT, private sector IT, and we put all that together, if you have, like we do, constant and stable financing, then you're on the right track. It's not, just to give some young people out of university some things to do or good technology to develop some state-of-the-art government or any other system. It's not the way. You need to have a good combination of experienced people, young people, but if you, as I said, if you give them to some extent freedom and clear goals, then you did 90% of making this successful digital entrepreneurial culture within the government without any problem. That's at least my experience.
Thank you very much. So, given the shortage of time, let's try to let's jump to the wrapping up this panel. As we actually not agreed, we not agreed to the destruction mandate. However, we had a great dispute or conversation about the innovations, about what is needed from the policy perspective, from the educational perspective. So, if I may ask you right now to provide a short summary. To the panel and basically answering this challenge. What we already see from the data, perhaps judging by the data, we don't have the skills problem. We don't have the skills gap. We have already the biggest number of PhDs. That's great. So, what policies we perhaps need, what else we can do to keep that talents working for the region? Short summary wrapping up the of the panel. Nebojša, you started.
Sales. We need sales. Europeans are not good at sales. It's a dark art in Europe. Everything is better than being a salesman in Europe. And if we are going to make products which we need, if we are going to continue doing the services which are doing well, we need to sell them, and we need to sell them globally. And we need to get better at it, sales, marketing, business development. We don't have enough of that. We actually here in the Balkans almost don't have that at all, and that is something that we need. I think if we talk about technology, science, smart people, we are exporting it already, but we need sales.
Completely agree, and I would add to that this global mindset, because what we teach our next generations, we need to teach them to kind of think creatively, entrepreneurially about what can be changed globally, and not just, like the issue that we have or the need that we have in our own country, and then looking at our local market, right? But just telling them and encouraging them to explore and learn them how to explore what are the issues that everyone else in this world face, how to grow globally, and actually how to embed that into the nature of the future generations.
Thank you, Tanya.
I think we should work together. There is a lot of know-how, as I said before, that we can share, especially countries between each other, companies, people. A lot of what to do, what not to do, especially on the path to Europe and all these funds and all that standardization, institution, interoperability, and so on. Yes, Dinko said, and that's the fact, that there is a lot of outsourcing in this area. If we, in a couple of years, will not be able to produce servers or virtualization software, maybe we can produce Office or any kind of software that can be reused in the area. We all speak common language, we understand each other, we have similar culture. So why not to have regional in-source rather than worldwide outsource for the same amount of money? And maybe, you know, I would say this area is much better place to live than some western parts of the world.
Fully agree. I'm from Poland, however, I'm spending more time here. Robert?
Thanks. I would like to highlight two things. The first is about this industrialization. So many countries in this region and Hungary as well, talking always about the focus on the industry. Because of the newest technologies comes to the industry. Or maybe the value creation of the industry. But we should know that as high as the value of the life in a country, as high as the service sector ratio in that country based on the GDP. So that means if the Balkan regions, if these countries would like to be richer, would like to be better countries, it needs to invest in the service sector. And that doesn't mean that we, or the Balkan regions country, could not in-source these missing knowledge or could change the outsourcing to insourcing path, but it doesn't mean that the countries need to focus on the industry. Why? Because the newest technologies, what we see, comes with the robotization in the industrial sector. So that will mean in the near future that in the industries there will be less human. So the companies need to focus investing in the human labor, in the human skill set, and not focusing on these industrial technologies which stabilize the human participation in the industry. The second, what I would like to say, just strengthening the former comment about the collaboration. So why the industry or business industry and educational collaboration, it's important. Without renewing the curriculum of the universities, without shortening the educational period of the younger generation, these countries could not respond to this changing and quicker brain drain situation. So these educational systems in these countries which could not respond to the changing environment that needs newer skills and which could not shorten the educational cycle, could not respond appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, if I may, you just told all my ideas. That's not completely fair. So I would like to focus only on the three things to finish that and give you the chance also to ask the questions. Even there are many, many topics which are important for us as a Balkan Economic Forum. I would suggest more collaboration. We all have some nations, some countries where we live. I respect that fully. As somebody who was born in a country, living in a big country and working for 100 countries, I can only say we are all too small to success in this complex world. Please let us collaborate on governmental level, on company level, on education level, on research level, on a private level more. The second one, I agree with all of my colleagues, and Robert said us, education, education, education. We have two unbelievable goods. Our parents were very hard to us to learn, to learn, to learn. That is the culture of this region, more as any other region, and our universities are great. But we are missing a little bit learning on the new stuff. Let us put more focus on that. And I will finish, I believe we need another type of leaders. Leaders in the politics, leaders in the business, leaders everywhere. We need leaders who are making a purpose why and what your company is doing, and not only the profit. We need leaders with the brutal transparencies about everything. We are needing leaders who will make a team happy to work together. And we need leaders who will also appreciate development and learning of employees. I would repeat, collaboration, education, and the new type of leadership are my suggestions for the success of all Balkan countries as a part of Europe and as a part of the world.
Thank you very much, Dinko. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's use this opportunity of having this highly talented, distinguished, and distinguished professionals representing so many areas and geographies. So let's use this opportunity actually to ask your questions. Hopefully there are some questions you would like to ask. Do we have a mic, perhaps? All right. So we have a mic. Do we have a volunteers? Shall I pick volunteer? No. Thank you, Agnes.
Hello, hello.
That was probably agreed in advance.
No, it wasn't. So we were speaking quite a lot about education. We were speaking also about sales. Yeah. So there is one additional element which I would like you to comment. Yes, we have to learn how to sell. We need educated people, but there is one element which might be developed also in this region, and this is the self-confidence of the young generation. What do you think about that, and how to add it to the education? Because in order to sell, they somehow have to believe in themselves and in the region.
Pick your target.
Pardon?
I said pick your target.
Pick the target. Robert.
Thank you very much for the question, Agnes. I think that belongs to the sales skills. So that's very important to improve these soft skills of the students in the educational system, and maybe later on. That means the lifelong learning, what we talked earlier, how to improve your skills in a changing environment. So I think in the age of AI, the artificial intelligence, we can see this two skill set emerging. The first is the technical skills set, focusing on this digital and nowadays the AI skills, and the other one, the soft skills. So the education system from the elementary school or maybe below it should focus how to improve the children skills in the presentation, in the communication, and in the collaboration. What we said about the collaboration, how is it important? Is it important in the society level as well, not only in the industry, government, business, and education, and so on, but in the society level and in the whole region among the different countries, among different nationalities. So the collaboration, the communication between the people and the presentation skills, they are the most important, where we have no, who knows for long advantage comparing with the automated technologies and robots and so on. So I think the education need to focus on the soft skills, not only the technological and technical skills. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. Anyone? All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, so please join me with really warm applause for our brilliant panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I was excited. I had many questions, but Sasha told me I had no. Thank you. Thank you.
This was truly an excellent panel, where the prominent panelists communicated the idea that by sharing experiences among the businesses, the private sector, the government sector, the academia, and the experts in AI and IT in the field that is actual, we can all rise by lifting each other. Also, by creatively distracting bad things and wisely fusing good things, we all can deal with the challenges and opportunities regarding the digitalization of the Balkans. So this was the idea that actually I perceived as being communicated. After this panel 1 follows panel 2, infrastructure connectivity in the Balkans. The moderator here is Professor Draženko Glavić from the Faculty of Transport and Traffic Engineering, University of Belgrade, Serbia, and the key speaker is Mr. Matej Zakonšek, Director, Permanent Secretariat of the Transport Community of Slovenia. Maybe I would invite the moderator to start, or the key speaker, as you wish. Okay.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our session, Infrastructure Connectivity in Balkans. I don't need to present myself, since the lady done it, but I will say a few words about our session. Our session is dealing with infrastructure connectivity in Balkans. We all know that the transport infrastructure is our main generator and driver of the economic growth of our societies. So if we have a reliable, efficient and safe transport, we will have efficient, safe and reliable movement of people, goods, information, and that's the way to speed up our economy, our cooperation, and bring us back closer to the European Union. Our panel will be also in 2 parts. First part will be presentation from Mr. Zakonšek, and the second one will be panel discussion. So I have pleasure to invite Mr. Matej Zakonšek, who is the Director of Transport Community, to deliver his presentation. Matej, floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. I hope that you have, for all of you who are from Belgrade, this is a really nice time to enjoy the best of autumn, and for all the visitors, of course, this is the best time to enjoy Belgrade as well. I have prepared a short presentation about both transport community, but more importantly, the state of the infrastructure in the Western Balkans. So basically, a little bit of an overview. Of course, I will not go to every detail, but I'm happy, of course, then to contribute when there are questions in the panel. So a few words about the transport community. It's an international organization. It was signed in 2017 by the leaders of the region and also of the European Union in Trieste. And since then on, of course, these were the times where it's based on the treaty. That's why you have the signatures. And the membership of the transport community is what you see on this map. So it's EU 27, and of course, the specific focus is the Western Balkans. But since a few years ago, we also have observers from Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. So our membership is basically expanding. Now, what's the aim of Transport Community? It has really only one aim, and that's the complete integration of the Western Balkans into the European Union when it comes to transport. Now, how we are achieving those two aims? It's basically working on a parallel track on two pillars. The first one is that we are helping our partners to transpose and to implement all EU legislation when it comes to transport. In other words, standards. So there should be no difference how transport is organized, how transport is run in Sweden, Slovenia, Serbia, Montenegro, or beyond. That's the standards, that's the EU acquis. And since almost 1/4 of all EU legislation is transport related, this is a huge amount of work. It of course means all the technical standards when it comes to rail, road, inland waterways, maritime transport, and so on. The second pillar of integration are the projects. So basically all major projects which are happening in the region on the trans-European network. So these are the two parallel tracks of how we can actually integrate our region into the European Union when it comes to transport. Now, I will start with the first pillar. So what is the state of play of the transposition? So how close is the region when it comes to implementing the standards? What you see here, perhaps you don't see very well, but I'll try to, it's quite also easy to see from far away what is red and what is green and how much work is in front of us. But this is basically divided by the modes of transport. What you see already very quickly is that in all modes of transport, there is a lot of work still to be done. Because basically what is in red still needs to be transposed and then implemented. What is in yellow is in progress or partially transposed. And what is in green has already been transposed. And that, of course, is for the entire region together, divided by the modes of transport. Here you see that when it comes to road and rail, there is some progress. Inland waterways, obviously not everybody has rivers, so they do not prioritize inland transport, and others, of course, needs more work as well. If we flip this and we look at by the regional partner, so by the, from Albania all the way then to the observers, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine in the end, we also see what is the current state of play, specifically when it comes to Annex 1. So Annex 1 means all EU legislation, and that's part of the Annex 1 of Transport Community Treaty. So here, what you see right away is that, for example, Serbia is the most advanced when it comes to the transposition of the EU acquis. When it comes to transport, followed by Montenegro, North Macedonia, and so on. So what we see here right away is that, of course, a lot of work is still in front of us to be completely aligned with the EU standards when it comes to transport. Now, because there is so much of the European legislation which needs to be transposed, we do not just give the entire legislation and say, this is something that needs to be transposed and you should do that as soon as possible. This is done according to the action plans. We have action plans for the Western Balkans, 2025-27, and action plans also for observing participants. So this is really, if anybody wants to know, also from your side, what should be transposed, by when, what are the plans of the region, everything is in these action plans, which are also agreed and confirmed by the region and the EU. Now, the second pillar of integration, what I said before, are projects. The point is that, of course, the projects and the policy reforms should go hand in hand. Why? Because if we have the projects without the policy reforms, the projects are not sustainable. What I'm talking about. If we have the roads, we have a beautiful new road, but if we do not have a 5-year rolling work plan for the maintenance, if we do not have the legislation which supports the maintenance, the intelligent transport system, and so on, then the projects are not sustainable in the long run. At the same time, if we are only doing the reforms, but we do not show the citizens how this reflects on the projects on the ground, then that's also meaningless. And that's why projects and the reforms, of course, should go hand in hand. So projects are all based on this map. So this is the main the trans-European network in Europe with different corridors. What you will see in brown is the new corridor from a few years ago, and that's the new part of the legislation, because of course also this is based on EU legislation on the trans-European networks. So the new corridor is the so-called, the brown, what you see before, Western Balkans, Eastern Mediterranean. It actually connects all the way from Austria here, through Croatia, Slovenia, Croatia, then entire Western Balkans, all the way to Greece, maritime connection to Cyprus, and then connection here to Bulgaria, and then towards Turkey. That's really the heart of our work when it comes to the projects. Also, these maps are all available on our website if somebody wants to see more details. When I say the corridors, these are the multimodal corridors. In other words, the corridors that actually connect all modes of transport into one network. Road, rail, the terminals for the ports, on the rivers, on the seas, airports, everything in one. And that is the heart of the transport network that we want to achieve. Because it's not only about 50 kilometers of new rail or 200 kilometers of new road, it's how all these connect into one network. And if I go just back into to the promise of this, if we would have a modern transport network in the Western Balkans, for example, a modern corridor as such as this one, you can imagine how this would revolutionize the way logistics work, not only in our region, but also between EU, between parts of South Europe, the other parts of Europe, between EU and Asia, between EU and Middle East. That's the promise of the TEN-T network. So now a little bit of details, what is happening on the different modes of transport. What you see here is the state of play on the key indicators when it comes to rail. And you see that the year is actually changing. We're now in 27, and it basically starts at 23, 24, and so on. And you see that there are more and more from green to yellow, so from red to yellow, and then from yellow to green, based on the current projects. So needless to say, all of you know that the state of play, the state of the railways in our region has been for decades neglected. This has resulted in the railways which basically do not serve the passengers, and also, of course, declining freight transport. What does this mean? The lack of investments in the last decades, that at the moment we have only one international rail connection, or actually two now, between Belgrade and Bar in the region. That's the only international rail connection for passengers, and there is also a local connection now, of course, going to between Serbia and Hungary. Everything else was discontinued for the passengers in the last decades. So there's no rail between Sarajevo and Zagreb, between Skopje and Thessaloniki, and so on and so forth. Why? Lack of maintenance to start with, and of course modernization as a second part. Why? Because 80% of all the finances in the last decades went into the road sector. So the good news is that this is changing, and that's why you see actually when with our projections are based on the current projects, of course. When the projects are getting finalized, then also the situation changes. So for the first time, in the decades, in the last 5 years, we never had as many investments in the rail as we have at the moment. In all regional partners, from North Macedonia to Serbia to everywhere, the rail is in the focus, and it should be in the focus. And so hopefully this situation is changing as we speak. Secondly, the road network looks much different. You see it already from far away that the situation with green is much more promising than it was with rail in the beginning. So 2027, we see that almost all core network is becoming green. That is obvious if you're traveling from today on this corridor 10 from Thessaloniki all the way to Austria, you're traveling on the highway across the region and so on. So you can see why this is so important. So again, what we now need is more charging stations, is to make sure that also the digital elements of the roads are inside, and this is exactly what is the focus at the moment. Now, I would like to also here mention the border crossings, because transport is not only about the new roads and new rail and what's happening in the legislation, it's also what happens on the border. Because if we are to have a modern transport network, we cannot be satisfied with the fact that we might have a beautiful new highway and then the trucks wait for hours and hours, if not sometimes even days, at the border crossings. Then, you know, that's why it's absolutely essential to focus on modernization of the border crossings, and we know that in this region, trucks as well as passengers, specifically during the high season, are waiting too long at the border crossings. That's why we have, together with SEFTA, put the initiative of green lanes. For sure you have heard about this, and this is one of the key initiatives in the region that actually prioritized the transport of trucks across the regions in the Western Balkans. Now, this initiative started during the COVID in 2020. It took only 1 month from the idea to realization. So when there is a political will and when everybody is looking in the same direction in this region, things can happen with a really blink of an eye. Since we started with the green lanes, we have saved more than 20 years of waiting times at the border crossings, because we have calculated how much the trucks wait now versus how much they waited before. 20 years and counting, which means that the things slowly and surely can improve. And that was on the intra-Western Balkan borders. But because that's not enough, we know that the most of the waiting times now is actually happening between EU and the Western Balkans. So that's why we have extended the green lanes also between the Western Balkans and the EU, starting Bogorodica-Evzoni, so North Macedonia, Greece, and then all the way to other borders. What is in red is the green lanes, which are still the things that we still need to extend, and what is in yellow is already functioning. But that's not enough. We also need to modernize the border crossings, and that's why we have the new projects of the 11 busiest border crossings in the region, which need modernization, both when it comes to IT, when it comes to human resources, and when it comes to infrastructure. And these are the border crossings that you see on the right on the region. Again, the main one, the most important one. Now, I'm stopping here, and I'm just giving, in the end, again, the picture of the TEN-T network, because that's really the heart of what we want to achieve. If we have the modern network in transport, this has, as I said before, revolutionized the way we move around the region. We are not landlocked, we can become land-linked, and this is exactly what we need to achieve. So I will leave you with this. Thank you very much, and I really am looking forward for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mate. Now we are proceeding to our second part of the session. It is panel discussion. So I will briefly call and introduce you to today's panelists that are coming from different countries in the region. First of them is Mr. Dr. Andrej Pavcov, President of the Engineering Institution of Macedonia. Followed by Yasen Georgiev, Director of the Economic Policy Institute from Bulgaria. Then we have Mr. Adrian Hachkaj, Coordinator of the Tirana Connectivity Forum in Albania. And we have Professor Vuk Bogdanovic, who came from Faculty of Transport Sciences, University of Novi Sad. So today discussion will focus mainly on the analysis of current situation, how to move forward. But maybe we can start with this first question. that deal with the current situation in your countries or in your institutions. So I will give the word first to Mr. Adrian Hatschke, who will explain his situation and situation also in his country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really honored to be here in this great event, and also very proud and very grateful to Sasho for giving such a space to the connectivity. I think for us it's the new integration. So, and I must apologize because due to connectivity issues, I must leave a little bit earlier. I have to catch a plane that leaves at 1:15 from Belgrade. But I will try to be very short. It's impossible to do better than Matej when he presents connectivity. So basically all my projects and my points, they kind of, I mean, I don't want to lose your time. I will just bring to focus some features that are specific to the Albanian context of connectivity. First of all, just to mention a little bit, the very important for the rail, the very important cost of the maintenance. In Albania, we do not maintain, we build it from the beginning because our rail network was completely amortized. So we have a lot of projects now, like Durrës-Tirana, which are in different stages of development. Durrës-Tirana and Rinas Airport is being finished, almost 80%. We have Vorahane-Hoti, the Adriatic Union Highway. The civil works have been contracted. We have Durrës-Rogozhina Railway is in financing agreement, and Rogozhina-Pogrades, cross-border with Macedonia, Corridor 8 is technical assistance. So basically this is to say that those different projects, all new projects, not maintenance. Montenegro, for example, has a lot of maintenance. This is the feature of Albania in rail. Another feature that Albania has is that the corporate governance of the rail companies. It has been a restructuring of the rail sector. Now our companies are working really hard to set up good structure, governance, human resources, procedures, and protocols. I must also underline the very slow pace of the implementation of the project, but I guess it's a common disease that befalls to all, I wouldn't say EU, but IFI financed projects in the Balkans, but I guess, Sasho, this is the subject of another conference on connectivity. I mean, who implements the projects the quicker? So this is the rail. We have a lot of projects on new infrastructure. Regarding the road, there is something very interesting and special to Albania. I mean, most of our roads right now are being built through concessions or through public-private partnerships. Correct me because you have all the numbers, Matej, but out of 1.7 billion euros in road projects in these moments, around between 900 and 1 billion are with public-private partnerships. So this is a very interesting development and inclusion of the private sector. The second feature of the Albanian, and here it's also on the rail and on the transport networks, it's the importance of the geopolitical factors. Here I will bring the example of the Corridor 8. It was not initially included in the proposal that the European Commission sent to the European Parliament, the segment from Skopje to Durrës for technical issues, fair enough. However, the Parliament and the Member States went over this situation and included this segment, and now we can connect Adriatic and the Black Sea through one corridor, which is part of the Brown Corridor, Western Balkans, Eastern Mediterranean. So basically, these are the main features of the road projects in Albania. We have, I can mention very quickly that basically all three new road projects in this Adriatic Ionian corridor, huge traffic. Albania has become a hotspot for tourism, so they are being all confirmed with public-private partnerships. Corridor 8 is being built by, and is very interesting as a typology, by state and EU money and IFI money. Coming to seaports. We have two big ports, the Durrës one, Porto Romano, very strategic, also NATO port. In the middle, I mean, we will, the development of the new port, 380 million euros. It's in the pipeline. The contract is planned to be signed early next year. And we have also the Vlora port in the south. Also, this one is being also developed by public-private partnership. I have this impression that Albania is becoming a laboratory of cooperation between public sector and private sector in the transport infrastructure. And I will finish with the airports. We have 2 airports, Tirana, private under concession, huge success, and we have a new one also in the south, Vlora, which is marred in some controversy right now, but it will be ready for operation very soon. Also, both of them are private. To finish, as an organization, we are working now in preparing our public companies for 2030. We are aiming for, well, to be together with Montenegro as the front-runner members of the EU. In this case, as Mate mentioned, we need to be totally aligned, Chapter 14 and 21, with the EU legislation, applicable legislation. But at the same time, we need to fulfill for the core networks, we need to fill all the standards and criteria for 2030. Here, I just want to mention, and I will finish here, a project that we have started with railways of Albanian Railways of Montenegro for preparing them to access EU programs and instruments in transport and also financing instruments, and also to bring into their management some elements of the AI and what was discussed in the previous panel, AI and AT and all these modern technologies that help them in the overall organization. And thank you very much for your attention. I will stop here.
Maybe Mr. Andrei Lepauciu can tell us about the current state of transport and connectivity infrastructure in North Macedonia.
Sure, no problem. Greetings to everybody. Thank you for inviting us here in Belgrade, in beautiful Belgrade. Thank you, Sasha, for making this possible. Well, as we are all in the same group of countries which are willing to be members of the European Union, and that means that we have to do a lot of things. And especially when some years ago connectivity agenda was put very high on the agenda, that was enough of signals that we have to improve our infrastructure in many areas. Enlargement is very high on the agenda now, at least declaratively, and that means that the things need to be done faster. On the other hand, one of the, I would say, parameters which will make us more attractive to be members of the European Union is our competitiveness. So if we are more competitive, it will be easier for somebody to digest us. Some, I would say, more skeptical member countries will think that the Western Balkans should not be in the European Union. And what are these, I would say, main pillars, I would say, of our competitiveness? This is the well-developed infrastructure, digitalization that we have already spoken, and I think the same is with the energy infrastructure and energy stability, which, as we can see, is becoming very important, especially when the green energy has been developed in recent times. So I would like to shortly just give you what are we doing in Macedonia in terms of developing the road and railroad infrastructure, but also some other, I would say, pillars. I could say that the road infrastructure was inherited in a relatively good shape from the former state, former federation, and since our 35 years of independence, we have been working quite a lot. We were not among those former republics of Yugoslavia which had 0 kilometers of highways. We had more than 100. So that means that we have been working even in communist time developing our infrastructure with modern highways. And now we have developed it even more. At the moment, there are 4 sections of highways which are constructed in Macedonia, and part of them there is a section of Corridor 10 which goes north and south. That's Prilep-Bitola highway, and there is and also one going from Skopje to Blace, border with Kosovo, and additional sections which are going to have a full scale of highway going from Skopje to Ohrid. So that means Ohrid will be very accessible. I think in less than 2 years everything will be finished. So also we have built a lot of express highways towards Bulgaria. So practically all the free border passes going to Bulgaria are now covered with express roads, which means that travel time from Skopje to Sofia by car is now less than 3 hours, which is very good. Of course, if you're not jammed at the border. And that means that we have been seriously reconsidered also of upgrading the Corridor 10 on Road Corridor 10. On railways, the situation is not so good due to the, let's say, some policies in the former federation. Practically, we as a republic and now as an independent state, we didn't have any rail connection neither to Bulgaria, neither to Albania. So it's a bit of difficult that you don't have any railway connections to one of your closest neighbors. So now these things need to be fixed and a lot of money should be spent. That's why we are working on that very harshly. And now I can announce that on the 6th of November, we are going to sign with Bulgaria the joint construction of the bordering tunnel, which was a bit of disputed, but at the moment everything is okay. And that means that the final, of course, with the third section from Kriva Palanka to border, tender is now in place. So practically from Skopje to the border with Bulgaria, there will be, I hope, in several years railway, and will continue also to Bulgaria, to Sofia and other places. On the other hand, with Albania, we finished the project for Kičevo-Lin. Lin is just on the Albanian side of the Ohrid Lake, and this is something that we have to work on it and to think about financial scheme, not to fall in a trap of being a very high indebted country. So this is always this optimization, how much you spend, but how much your figures on your economy can suffer it. Corridor 10, that's the railway from the Serbian border to the Greek border. It's in function. It's an old Ottoman, I would say, railway, but it's not so good situation. Sometimes there's some problems with some bridges. It could just, the freight transport could stop with months, which is a very difficult situation, especially for business. Therefore, now we are developing a project for a fast railway, which is going to practically be part of the fast railway coming from Budapest to Solun or Thessaloniki. So, and this was going to be financed through the UK Finance Agency, and recently through the Berlin process, by some occasion I am also Prime Minister Sherpa for Berlin process. That means that also Serbia will be put in this financial scheme, which means some continuation that this corridor needs to be finished. So this is the more or less the situation. As I mentioned, competitiveness is very important. We need to be attractive in brackets so we could be easily digested and political decisions to be made so we could go on path to the European Union. I would just also like to add that energy infrastructure and diversification is very important. Gas supply, especially now we are connecting to Greece because we had only one pipe coming from Bulgaria. So now this is in development, but this will also continue with Serbia, and I hope in some future also with Albania. Let's do not forget the water infrastructure, because, you know, we thought about water when there is no water in the tap. And then why there is no water? Because of what is happening with hydrology and what is going on with climate changes, we have to be very thoughtful and think that we need to develop our water infrastructure, meaning that now the new dams that also we are planning and big new dams next to Prilep and Bitola is not going to be about the energy, because there will be a lot of substitution by green energy, wind solar, it will be a reservoir for our future generation. We need to secure the water. So that's why this is very important, to continue on the trend also which we had in the past, to build dams, but not for energy purposes, but for water purposes. So, and the last challenge, which is there, I think Mate mentioned, the multimodal transport. It's not a good, I would say. It's that, you know, when you go somewhere in abroad and you want to go from dot A to dot B, and then the smartphone gives you, okay, you take train here, then you take a bus, then you, I don't know, take some other means of transport. Well, that's not functioning in our countries, at least in Macedonia, it's not functioning. So you have really doubts how to reach from point A to point B. Thank you. I will make some additional comments later on.
Detailed analysis of current situation in North Macedonia. Maybe Mr. Jasen Georgiou can give us what is the situation in Bulgaria.
Dobar dan, kolegi. Good morning to everyone. I'm really glad to be here, and I would like to extend my gratitude to the Balkan Economic Forum for hosting us, and of course to Belgrade for being such a generous host to us all with this wonderful weather and this wonderful set of colors that we have all around in the city. So I'm challenged to present an overview of the current state of transport connectivity in Bulgaria for almost let's say 5 minutes, as I was told by the moderator. But let me just pinpoint several projects that have importance for the regional connectivity. First, I would like to mention that these days we are proud to see that the old Roman road Via Diagonalis is entirely covered by motorway, which means that now if you go from Belgrade to Istanbul, you're always traveling on a motorway, on a highway. This is due to the last month when Bulgaria opened the last section between Sofia and the border with Serbia, which means that these days, from this road perspective, Belgrade, Sofia, Plovdiv, and Istanbul are well connected. It's not the same when it comes to the railway connectivity. A lot of effort has been put into improving the connectivity between Sofia and Plovdiv, and from Plovdiv to Istanbul, but this is pretty understandable, having in mind that some of the projects include the construction of some big tunnels, which these days is done by a Turkish company which was hired by the government. What I wanted to mention is, yes, the progress in building corridor number 8 to our friends, partners, and colleagues in Northern Macedonia. And I'm happy to see this decoupling of infrastructure from politics, because it is something that was heavily and negatively impacting our connectivity. The fact that politics is too much playing with infrastructure for many years now. And hopefully this momentum that we have these days will be maintained in the years to come. Also because of the fact that Corridor 8 is going to bring the Black Sea closer to the Adriatic Sea. Having in mind the ongoing war in Ukraine, the Black Sea is not that, how to say, predictable from a transport point of view, but as soon as the war is over, I think the middle corridor coming from the Middle East going to the Black Sea, and from the Black Sea to Romania and Bulgaria, and from there to the Western Balkans and to Central Europe will be an important, how to say, driver for increasing connectivity in the region. What is also obvious these days is that there are a lot of talk about vertical connectivity in Bulgaria, which means bringing Greece and Turkey closer to Central Europe. There are a lot of talks also in Brussels on building corridors between Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania, and from there to Ukraine and to Moldova, which makes sense when it comes to also to military mobility, because all the countries, Bulgaria, Greece, Romania, are both NATO and EU member states, and it makes sense that these countries are better connected. But at the same time, there are a lot of talks about bringing Turkey closer to Europe in terms of connectivity, and about corridors linking Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, and all the countries in Central and Eastern Europe. And it makes perfectly sense, because if you look at the border crossing, one of the border crossings between Bulgaria and Turkey, it is one of the busiest border crossing points globally, with 1 million Turkish trucks each year covering or just entering Bulgaria on their way to Serbia, to Romania, to Hungary, etc. And from this point of view, it makes sense to enhance this vertical connectivity as well. Something that is also on the agenda when it comes to connectivity in Bulgaria is the connectivity to Romania. Nowadays, you can imagine our border to Romania is like 600 kilometers. Out of them, 470 are the Danube. And over the Danube, we have only 2 bridges. I mean, it's not like in Belgrade. Even here, you have more bridges over the Danube than we have on our border with Romania. And now the talk is about a 3rd bridge that has to be constructed, most probably close to the bridge which is between Russia and Giurgiu. The ball now is in the play yard of the government of Romania, because the 2nd bridge between Vidin and Kalafat was constructed by Bulgaria, and the agreement is that the next one will be managed or constructed by the Romanian side. So most probably we are going to see some progress in the coming months and years when it comes to this bridge that is going to increase this vertical connectivity. So in a nutshell, we can talk a little more about connectivity, but what is pretty obvious is that road connectivity is prevailing railway connectivity for different reasons. And what I wanted also to say is that now we have like a kind of a game of corridors. I mean, we have the middle corridor, which is on the way. We have Corridor 8, Corridor 10, we have IMEC, the Corridor 1, the corridor that comes from India. So obviously we have a lot to discuss about the corridors. Many people say that there is a clear competition, but I should say that we have to think about complementing these corridors, because what we have seen in the last 3 years is that in the event of war, the more roads you have, the more predictable the supply chain, the more predictable the connectivity is. So from that point of view, what we need is as many corridors as possible in order to have this geographically dispersed network of connectivity roads and railways that will allow for a smooth and uninterrupted transportation in case of any emergency that might happen. And I'm not speaking about only war, I'm also speaking about environmental shocks that might occur. And for this reason, we need a very diversified transport network covering all the region.
Mr. Jassen, now I give the word to Vuk to try to stick to time limits, because we are running out of time. And since we have more questions to ask, to deliver us his analysis of current situation of transport connectivity in Serbia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizer for the invitation to participate in today's panel. And you know that Serbia is a landlocked countries such as North Macedonia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Serbia has central position in Western Balkans, and the situation on a transport network in Serbia reflect to other Western Balkans countries. In the last 20 years, Serbia significantly improved the quality of roads, networks, and on the first, Serbia finished road constructions work on Corridor 10, on the first in main line from cross-border to Croatia, through Belgrade to North Macedonia border, and after that finished works on part of Corridor 10. It is part of Corridor 10B from Hungary cross-border to Belgrade. And after that, part of Corridor 10, 10C, from Niš to cross-border Bulgaria. And now Serbia has a good connection, and Croatia, Hungary, Bulgaria, and North Macedonia, and with very quality highways. And apart that, Serbia finished motor road from Corridor 10, cross points Ruma to Loznica. It is points to cross border to Bosnia and Herzegovina, and works on highways from intersection Kuzmin to Bijeljina and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and it is parts of TNT corridors we saw on Matthew's presentation. And also Serbia works on highways from Belgrade to Port of Bar, Montenegro, and finished, for example, half, maybe more than half of this road. And also work on connection between Corridor 10 to highways to Montenegro, and it is cross point Pojate to Čača cross point. It's both of these roads actually is European road, E763 and E761. And very interesting project is a project of Smiley Roads, and it is a project is another part of Serbia. It from cross border to Croatia to Romania, and actually this road connected Corridor 5C and Corridor 4 in Romania. And Serbia also work on project from Belgrade to Romania, to Timisoara. It is European road E70, and also work on project from Niš to Albania. It is European road E18. According by that, Serbia close to European average as regards to density of highways and motorways per surface and per capita. But Serbia has rail connections with all neighbor countries. However, the quality of networks, rail networks is not good, and expect for section from Belgrade to border with Hungary. And it is my first observation about the situation on Serbian transport network.
Thank you very much. Now we can proceed to our next question that I will not ask each other. I will ask you in discussion, and I will also ask Mr. Matti to help us. So he said that it's not everything about new roads, new rails. There is much more than that. So can you tell us what are the main challenges, obstacles, bottlenecks to move forward to better connectivity in our area? So Matti mentioned the border crossing. I can add to this also toll booths, tolling system that also spend our time. So if we have good motorway, good freeway. We save, let's say, half an hour for our travel, but after that we will wait on toll booths, we will wait on border crossing. And even 25 years ago, my first EU project was dedicated to border crossing points. And even that we propose to send all documentation digitally in advance to border crossing, to process them, and when the truck come to the border crossing points, he needs to just have physical inspection, that's it. You already finish your all administrative tasks. But 25 years ago, I don't see much more improvement on border crossing. Trucks are still waiting. Also, our cars are waiting. We wait sometimes in peaks on toll booths. We don't have good electric charges networks. So what are the main challenges in your countries? Is this situation solved or not? What about North Macedonia?
Well, thank you. I would agree, definitely, and we might work together on the green lanes, which is very, very, very important thing. Means that not only the business, the trucks, the freight, and also the people needs to go faster. Maybe the perception is that there is still a problem with that, but I think that we have gradually been upgraded and things are getting better, especially when we have put so much pressure also on our governments and also on the European Commission regarding the borders which are with the European Union, but also on our governments, that this is a must. This is something that we need to done, and that's why we hold regular meetings every 2 or 3 months in Brussels. Each of us as a country needs to give what it have done since the last meeting that we had. So it's well coordinated by Transport Secretariat and CEFTA. So the thing that started in COVID, now I think we should be finishing in the coming years. So we could maximally avoid all the traffic jams until, of course, on maximum, until we reach the membership of the European Union, and I hope there will be no borders. But there is also some other issues which I think that can be a risk for all of these nice words and all these good plans, how that we are going to build the infrastructure, road and railway. And this is the danger of high corruption, for example, because most of the projects, you know, infrastructure, construction always brings you to some issues about high corruption. And this is something that we need to avoid and to be clever that there is no more time left for postponements, for games playing, for various kind of tricks and corruption schemes. Other thing which is important is the administrative capacities. You know, if some railway or a road has been built, at least in Macedonia, the municipality needs to do, for example, the expropriation, buying the land so it could be used for infrastructure project. And in most of the municipalities, there are only 1 or 2 legal experts. We are knowledgeable in doing this, and this is a real bottleneck in this respect. Then is the lack of technical knowledge. I think we, as countries, as former federation, was a giant in construction industry. Now I think our companies are not doing so well. And we need to develop technical capacity, especially to motivate young people to study on all the engineering professions which are connected to the infrastructure. Because this number is in decline, and this is not good. That means that we will have a lack of engineers which are ready to implement serious projects financed by a serious international finance institutions. And that's, at the end, it's of course the political will. If you have a political will, the things will go smoother. If you don't, if you play games, there won't be no project finished. Therefore, we need transparency, especially to eliminate the risk of high corruption. We need to develop the municipal capacities, and that's why the mayors needs to completely engage in this, not only to do the regulating, but they need to develop their capacity. As I mentioned, I see here students. I'm very happy that they're here. Also, the motivation for them to have their own integrity, and of course to gain as much knowledge as possible. Of course, clear political statement that there will be the process will run. And at the end, with all of these factors, we will have well-developed documentation, technical documentation, which is a first precondition that the projects will go smooth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yasin, what are the main challenges in Bulgaria?
I think the challenges are almost the same everywhere, regardless of the status of the country being EU or candidate country. And they have been rightly listed now. I mean, you have these issues to one or other extent in everywhere. But I wanted also to mention, in our case at least, what we have observed in Bulgaria, and our studies on connectivity show that we have an over-reliance on EU funding, which means that if there's EU funding for a project, the government is ready to do it. But when it comes to channeling some own funding, it is an issue. And of course, having in mind the tendency towards increasing defense spending, it seems that budgets are under constraint. They have to accommodate the new needs, but at the same time to pave the way for the transport connectivity project that have been postponed for so many years. And this over-reliance on EU funding is something that I think is a bottleneck to transport construction. But I think because of these constraints that we have, it is the time to rethink the way infrastructure is built. And I think it is now the time for the governments to think more openly in favor of public-private partnerships. And this might be one of the remedies against corruption, because if you have also private companies that are into the tenders, you are increasing the number of stakeholders that are involved, which means that at the end of the day, it might be a situation with a higher level of transparency. Let's hope this. So this is firstly what I wanted to mention is to rethink the way infrastructure is funded and to think about new innovative ways. And now it is a discussion in Bulgaria going on about how to move on with infrastructure construction. And obviously there is a growing consensus that we have to be more open to other sources of funding, not only the European Union. Secondly, as already mentioned, also by the previous speakers, the political will. Of course, without political will, we cannot go any step further. But what is the good news here is that we have some supranational projects like the TNT network, which at the end of the day is putting some pressure to our government. So if there's a pressure from bottom up from us as experts, as societies, and if there's a pressure coming from Brussels, this is what will make infrastructure projects deliver at the end of the day, which is for the good of our societies. Yes, there are many more challenges, but I would like only to stick to this, to funding and to decoupling of infrastructure from politics.
Thank you. You have a good point of view. We raised the question about funding, and you see the solution is public-private partnership. But what about the projects that are not financially feasible, let's say? Should they go to public-private partnership or not?
So this is a very good question, and at the end of the day, it is only always the thing about commercial feasibility of the projects. But at the same time, I would like to mention that if we only look at the commercial feasibility of projects, maybe we should not start with some projects. But what we have seen in the last 3 years is that sometimes we should not put economic feasibility on the first place. In the event of unexpected situations, you see that some projects that maybe not that much commercially viable, they pay the price because you have alternatives. So we have to think in the way that what if this project now is commercially not that, let's say, viable, but what if something unpredictable happens? What is our second best scenario? So from that point of view, we should think also about projects that might not be on the first side looking really commercially viable, but we should think about these projects in a more strategic way. So we construct them not for the next 5 years, but we are constructing them for the future generations. And from that perspective, I think it makes sense also to think beyond the budget that we have for the given period.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, I fully agree with Yasin. Let me give you an example of if a corridor was not functioning. That's corridor north and south, corridor 10, which goes from Serbia, Macedonia, Greece. So there were, in '95, there was sanctions towards Serbia. So the northern border was closed. The southern border, we had sanctions from Greece. So practically, the whole corridor was blocked. And then we thought about, okay, we have another corridor, that's corridor 8, which goes to Albania and Bulgaria, but the corridor was not there. So we had a problem, and then we brought oil with trucks, and that costed a lot. And that makes us all that we leave our cars in front of the gas station, left for a couple of days, and if somebody gives you a signal, there is a gas on this station, and then you go and enter your car and tank your car. So this was an example, brutal example of how if you are left only on one corridor, because everything could happen. That's why it's very important to have alternatives, and not always it's the money calculation. It's the strategy, is the country which needs to think about its plans for the next hundreds of years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may add to this discussion that all Romans has for the road one, how should I say, via vita, it means road is life. So we are talking about the financial viability of projects, let's say 10 years, 20 years, or horizon project period, but as we previously discussed, this is the TEN-T network, this is the pan-European multimodal network. It's old Roman road, via militaris. So it is more than 20 years or 30 years. We need to have a good alternative and good roads. So now I give the word to Mr. Vuk Bogdanovic to give us his opinion about main challenges in...
Yes, you mentioned problems about cross-border and pay tool station. And I also work in some project about decreased delay on cross-border point. And after that, I think that solution is work on European standard, implement European standard, and remove cross-border point. And it is only one solution for all Western Balkan countries. And in this situation, we don't have any problem on cross-border point. And also, yes, situation on sometimes on pay tool points is horrible. And I think that politics in this area is not good, and there are more better solutions for that. And the classical pay tool station sometimes is a bottleneck on good quality road, and make a road delay and horrible situation.
Okay, thank you.
I think this cross-border point problems and pay tool problems is challenges which we solve in next period.
Okay, we are running out of time. We have, let's say, about 5 minutes. We need to wrap up our discussion. Is there any question before that from the audience? Mr. I don't know your name, but please do.
Thank you so much. My name is Alec Malley. I'm from NE Global, one of the media sponsors, but also one of the original group that formed Balkan Economic Forum back 10 years ago in Athens, before Sasho agreed to take it over and move it to Skopje, where it really needed to be, because the breadth of the discussion, the range of topics covered, from a place in a central place in the Western Balkans is so much more broader and more interesting than what you can do based in Athens, even though we will have meetings there in the future, I hope soon. Anyway, the question is for Mr. Zakonicek, if I said it correctly. I didn't see on the maps of the corridors via Adriatica, the corridor along the Adriatic. So I don't know if that's already done or just not even in the plans at this point. That's one thing. Second comment is there was some discussion about the sanctions on Serbia, the disruption in the Balkan region that caused the gas station shortages, things like that. I was with the State Department years ago when we were inflicting this pain on the region and trying to find solutions in terms of connectivity then. And we got very interested in Washington on the game of corridors, which we've now lost interest in because attention has shifted to other regions in the world. But it is very important to see how much progress Serbia has made in restoring its role as the center of the region. Because that period, it was so painful for everyone trying to divert traffic around Serbia, and now that the links are being restored, Serbia is where it really needs to be, in the core, the transport hub of the region. So that's just a comment. But I would like to hear about the Via Adriatica. What is, where that is on this plan, or if it's not on the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for a very interesting debate. Before to the Ionian Adriatic Highway, just one reflection from my side. I think the debate really shows that you know, it's about the system, and that systemic thinking about transport is exactly perhaps one thing that we are still not doing enough. So it's not only about the road or rail, but everything, how everything connects together with the military component, with the, you know, the component of what Andrei said regarding the border crossings, regarding the, you know, having alternative routes available at the time. So I think that really is perhaps missing in the debate and something that we really need to bring to the front. At the same time, one element which was also highlighted, which I think is really important, is also capacities. I think I don't believe actually that at this point the biggest problem is financing. I can see there's plenty of financing available, but we still see delays, and that is not due to the lack of financing, but to the lack of sometimes maturity of the projects and then, you know, implementation of them. And that's really, that should be the focus in the upcoming future. And now to your question, Ionian Adriatic Highway is one of the key projects, but indeed the level of preparedness of this project on the different segments is definitely not the same as it is on the Corridor 10 or Corridor 8 or so, you know, other main corridors. So I do think that yes, it is on the maps, but indeed when it comes to the implementation, we are definitely not there with the level of maturity as on the others.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes, so my question is about Poland launched a direct train this year to the coast of Croatia. It is also about boosting the tourism. I was not here at the beginning of the panel. I'm very sorry. I had a company call I had to do. I don't know if you spoke about that. I am interested if there are any plans like that, because that could help also for the region to bring more tourists from other countries? I don't know who could answer this question.
I don't know, maybe me. Okay, it is related also with the carbon footprint. Europe tends to increase traveling with the trains, and by using the trains you reduce the carbon footprint, and also you not just go to the Croatia, to the Adriatic Sea, you just sightseeing other countries. From Poland, if you come to Croatia, you have several countries. But as somebody said before, previously of our panelist, that the connection between countries with the rail is very low. We have, let's say, between some countries without no connection, and if we have connection, it is in very bad condition. So let's say that passenger transport there is no passenger transport between, let's say, Serbia and Bosnia. There is a rail, but there is only good relation. Link is, let's say, to north, to Hungary with fast trains. And as Mate said, we need to still invest in this rail network to improve level of service of our trains. So we don't have level of service. Our train network is on the in bad condition. And even if we have this rail connection, it's not working. There's no trains on it. That's the situation here. Mr. Vladislav Marash, who is our professor on Faculty of Transport and Traffic Engineering in Belgrade, dealing with water transport.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Hope this works, yeah. So thank you very much for your all addressings. It was a real pleasure to listen to all your speeches and opinions and sharing your perspectives with us. As Professor Drzenko said, somebody who is coming from a waterborne transport sector, I have to point out that Danube also connects us, and Danube also is, and Sava River and our inland waterway transport system also contributes to the infrastructure connectivity in the Balkans. And unfortunately, it's not just bridges over Danube, so there is a lot of things happening in that area as well. So I would like, for example, Mr. Zakonjek to update us a bit about the situation with this transport sector, as I believe it is very important for our region. Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. I mean, the waterborne transport in general, but specific also, of course, what's happening on the Danube and also on Sava is the important part of it. It's part of the network. And there, actually, situation is as following. First of all, I think that in general, also in the EU, some of the biggest, that this is underused. That's point one, both in the EU, but also on our rivers. If we can see how much is transported by trucks and how much of that could actually go to the rivers, at least for part of the trip, of course, in the multimodal chain, Danube definitely is the important link there. Secondly, and Sava. Secondly, the good news is that actually there's a lot of going on specifically in Serbia when it comes to both being dredging or taking the boats out of Prahovo in the terms of Second World War boats out still that are, in the river, but also modernization of ports, including, of course, also in Bosnia and Herzegovina, demining of the right bank of Sava. So plenty of projects. And also when it comes to legislation, actually Serbia has already almost completely aligned legislation with the EU when it comes to the waterborne transport. So I think that trajectory there is positive. I think that all the modernization that is going in the ports is going in the right direction. Of course, there are also threats, and the threats are specifically the water levels. We see that this is a huge problem, and that will continue being a problem, unfortunately. And there, I think, really a focus on dredging and focus on modernization, as well as, of course, connectivity with the neighbors, I think will be the key. But to finish on that, what I do believe is that the multimodality element there needs to be strengthened. The more multimodality element will be strengthened, the more our rivers will serve the purpose in its network. So it was all around the question, but I think that, Mr. The answer, I hope I gave some information. Thank you.
I'm afraid that we ran out of the time, so I need to stop these questions. There is no questions anymore. And thank to all panelists on fruitful discussion. With that, we close this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thanks to all the panelists from panel 2. When digitalization or first mobile phones appeared, there was a famous saying that Nokia is connecting people. And then we in the Balkans somehow moved it into rakia and wine is connecting people. But from this panel, we saw that we need infrastructure in order to be connected. So let's continue our connection during the lunch break from 12 to 12:40, and we will come back with panel 3. Thank you.
Is because I'm blue. Living in the world without you. Everything is because of thrill is gone, baby. The thrill is gone away from me. But so lonely I'll be.
like this. Sometime when you go home at midnight, you ain't got nobody to talk to. It's make you feel lonely. You borrow a dime to call up your friend on the telephone, the line is busy. That's what make you feel so bad. That's why I'm gonna stand right here and just sing the blues. Lonesome in my bedroom, just me and myself alone. Lonesome in my bedroom, baby, just me and myself alone. Well, I have no one to love people. Every night when I go home, a bedroom without a woman, just like a heart don't have no peace. A bedroom without a woman, just like a heart don't have no beat. Everybody got the woman they love, and I wonder where can my baby be? Every night, boys, about bedtime. I cried and I cried and I cried. Every night, boys, about bedtime. You know she didn't want me. She didn't even want me around. bye, bye, bye. Woman, I got to say so long. I say goodbye, 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 baby. Woman, I got to say so long. You know I'm tired of sleeping by myself, baby. You know I got to leave you alone. Oh, yeah. Did you ever see a one-eyed woman cry? Oh, yeah. Did you ever see a one-eyed woman cry? You know the saddest thing about the woman, the tears don't come out of her just one eye. I'm gonna tell you, one-eyed woman, I'm not gonna tell you no more. Stop buying your groceries at the supermarket, go to that same old grocery store. Oh, yeah. Did you ever see a one-eyed woman cry? You know the saddest thing about the woman, the tears don't come out of her just one eye. You know a one-eyed woman should do the best she can. She searched the world over, trying to find a one-eyed man. Oh, yeah. Did you ever see a one-eyed woman cry? You know the saddest thing about the woman, the tears don't come out of her just one eye. women sitting at a bar. Blind man playing on his guitar. Barcelona red is sounding blue. Everything's the same, but I don't have you. When you push love aside, you get the colors of the night. Colors of the night are just one hue. I'm in that place and time. Love's got its own reason and rhyme. They say you in love with love to love is through with you. And I'm living in a world of just one hue. Everything is Picasso blue. Living in the world without you. Everything is Picasso. I go to the same places. I see the same faces. Everything's the same, but I don't have you. Love's got its own reasons. Love's got its own seasons. I'm in a space and time until this pain is through. And I'm living in a world of just one hue. Everything is Picasso blue. Living in a world without you. Everything is Picasso. Come on, Chief, talk to me. Give it up. When you push love aside, you get the colors of the night. And the colors of the night are just one hue. I'm in that place and time. Love's got its reasons and its rhymes. They say you are in love with love to love is through with you. And I'm living in a world of just one hue. Everything is Picasso. Living in a world without you. Everything say everything is Picasso. Everything is Picasso blue. Ain't a thing I can do until this time is through. But wait and wait for you. Wait, wait for you. Everything is Picasso. It's been so long, so very long, since I've been loving you. You went away, away and left me so alone and oh so blue. And I need your love, and I need your love, I need your love, can't you see? And for you to keep loving me, it's been so long, so very long, since I've been loving you. And there's no lie, girl, I've been crying, 'cause I'm still in love with you. And I need your love, and I need your love, I need your love, can't you see? And for you to keep loving me, it's been so long, so very long, since I've been loving you. You went away, away and left me so alone and oh so blue. And I need your love, I need It's been so long, so very long, since I've been loving you. Since I've been loving you. Since I've been loving you. Walking in the twilight hour, looking for that magic light. I go to the left bank to feel what is right. So far away from home, what can I do with these black Paris blues? I see the ghosts of the past. They would always thought they would last. Black Americans coming here. Freedom that was clear. So far away from home. What can you do with the black Paris, black Paris blue? Walk in the twilight hour, looking for the magic light. I go to the left bank, try to feel what is right. So far away from home, what can you do with these black Paris blue?
L'amour dans le voix, c'est Sidney Bechet. Listening to the music, it will show the way.
I see Big Tuck and Josephine Baker too. I see Chester Hines, Richard Wright with their blues. I see Dexter Gordon, I see Miles and Dix. I see Memphis Slim playing Slim. I see so many ghosts from my black past. You know they thought it would last. What can you do with these black Paris blues? Rendezvous Français, can you hear me say, I feel lost in this truth. say I've lost my way. I can't get back home, it's true. Here's where I'm gonna stay. For my blues I will play. What can you do with this black Paris blue? What can you do with these black Paris blues? Ride them through. I will always will know it's true in my black Paris blues. What can you do, black Paris blues? Riding through. Hey, 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 black Paris blues.
You're driving me crazy. With the love that you left behind. You're driving me, oh, you'll drive me crazy. All the love that you left behind. I feel so lonely. And it's driving me out of my mind. Oh, yes, it is. You don't come home at night. We only argue, fuss, and fight. One of these days, babe, I'm gonna fight my own fight. And it's driving me, oh, it's driving me crazy. Oh, the love that you left behind. Oh, yes, it is. I feel so lonely. And it's driving me out of my mind. Oh, 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 I don't love you. I tell you I don't care, but I still feel your fingers all running through my hair, and it's driving me, oh, it's driving me crazy. Oh, the love that you left behind. I feel so lonely. Oh, it's driving me out of my mind. Oh, I'm crazy. Oh, crazy.
Evening, you come and find me. You always remind me that my gas is gone. Yes, evening, I'm deeply under your power. Each minute seems like an hour since my galley's gone. When the shadows fall on that wall, that's when I need your loving most of all. What can I do? How can I go on? Take me, evening, when the dawn is breaking. I don't want to waken since my galley's gone.
Gde se uključuje? Ovde se uključuje ili gde?
Tu se uključuje.
A sad je uključeno.
Good afternoon. The session after lunch is, I think, the most challenging one regarding the attraction of attention, but I truly believe that the topic data-driven sustainable development would focus us back on the track where we have been during panel 1 and panel 2. I would like to invite the moderator, Ms. Katarina Stancic, Head of the Division for Time Series Analysis, Quality and Statistical Standards at the Statistical Office of the Republic of Serbia, to take the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the panel Data-Driven Sustainable Development at the Balkan Economic Forum 2025. First of all, thank you all for being here today and for joining this important discussion. My name is, as Mariana said, Katarina Stancic, and I have a pleasure of moderating today's panel. Before we begin, please let me introduce the topic of today's panel. Nowadays, we are witnessing the true data revolution, an era in which information has become one of the most valuable global resources. In such an environment, data is not just numbers, it's a form of knowledge that helps societies understand where they are heading, and how to get there. Data-driven sustainable development is an approach where quality data and statistical evidence serve as the foundation for planning and decision-making, ensuring that strategies for economic growth, social progress, and environmental protection are measurable, transparent, and accountable. In other words, it's about making decisions based not on assumptions, but on facts and quality information. This is essential not only for governments and institutions, but also for businesses, communities, and citizens. To achieve sustainable development, we must promote a culture of facts rather than emotions, a culture in which evidence and analysis replace assumptions and opinions. This also means that institutions, researchers, and analysts need to act as knowledge brokers, connecting data with people and transforming information into understanding, insight, and informed action. As we like to say, without data we can only guess, with data we can build the future. So the goal of today's panel is to explore how data and evidence can guide sustainable development by connecting policy, research, and practice, and by turning information into real impact. But before we open discussion, it's my pleasure to invite our key speaker, Ms. Daniela Bobic-Tasic, Economic Development Specialist at the UNDP in Serbia. Daniela will provide an introductory perspective and set the stage for our conversation. Daniela, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Just to check for the presentation. Yeah, that's here. Well, hi from my side as well. It's a real pleasure to talk about this topic. It's one of my favorites, of course, but my presentation will be more of like a teaser because we have a really great panelist here that will be much more technical. It's a common understanding that we really need to use data for decision making and everything, but oftentimes when we use data, we are not that careful. In Serbia, we have a word for that, shatsometria. Oftentimes we use shatsometria when we speak about some kind of something that can be used by data. Even high officials sometimes when they go public, they use something that is not that correct, or they don't use data. Of course, when we misuse data, it's not always terrible, and sometimes even nothing happens. But in development, it is really important. So I wanted to start the presentation with data-driven decisions gone wrong. A few historical examples how actually when we don't take careful actions around data, what might happen. First example, and you probably know about NASA Mars Climate Orbiter. It's back in the 90s. It was a really ambitious project of NASA. They were developing orbiter for 3 years. There was an intention that actually orbiter has to do something around atmosphere to collect data and everything. But the problem, there was a tiny problem around that. Even after 3 years of development, they had a mistake because they have two engineering teams. One team used English units, the other used metric. What happened actually when the orbiter launched and when he entered the atmosphere, he went too low because actually the trajectory was calculated because there was no conversion between the two and actually got completely destroyed. Actually, the cost was around 350 million euros back in the days. So it would be much higher today. Another one, very famous one, and you probably watched it on HBO miniseries, Chernobyl nuclear disaster. It was a series of mistakes. It's one of the mistakes that I like to cite. The saying "not great, not terrible." They had actually the problem with the metric. The moment when radiation happened, they actually tried to measure it with the measurement on site. The problem was actually that the dosimeter maxed at a certain level, which was actually 3.6. When they measured, they said, okay, it's that. But in reality, actual radiation was multiple times higher, and that's the problem when actually they didn't evacuate people on time and everything, and we had disasters that you're all quite aware. Final one that is maybe even more relevant for this occasion is actually Greece, and they debt misreporting. In order to enter Eurozone, a Greek actually misreported series of things that related to debt. There was a problem of off-balance sheet borrowing, which was not recorded in official data. There was currency swaps that represented as exchange rates and not exchange transaction and not debt and so on and so on. Result was they entered the Eurozone, but several years later they were swamped in debt. Their audit they said, we know that now that actually it was misreporting as a fact. So as you see here this example show that even tiny changes can make really huge problems. But it's not always this terrible that any mistake will lead to thousands of debts. Sometimes it's just, suboptimal results. But what I want to also to strike that wrong using of data also lead to wrong narratives. Data, especially when we misinterpret data or use wrong data, we create narratives in our public sphere and that influence policies. Because people that go public or even media use data in a wrong way. One of my favorite researchers around that is Ipsos research. It's called Perils of Perception. The problem is that people usually, tend to overestimate the problems they worry about. This is one of the questions there. They asked people in countries how many Muslims are there. And if you observe, for example, Belgium and France, they on average said 28%, while in reality is 8%. So it is, oftentimes we see that even officials, when they use this, when we are not careful when we use data, this is what happened. We have narratives that are kind of quasi-confirmed, but while in reality they're not confirmed. And this leads me to, let's say, 3 key aspects that it's really critical to underline. One is related around quality and transparency data. That is changing the quality of data at its source. And I think that probably, especially people in the panel, but I suppose everyone here is actually aware that, especially in the data government registries, data are not quite clean. So we really need to work on the quality of data at its source because garbage in, garbage out, that's something that we all know. Another thing is related to data protection and governance system. This is really important, especially now with the digitalization and the data that are actually on digital systems. Cybersecurity is something that is important, but with the AI, it becomes even more critical because when, especially personal data, got outside, we have a huge risk that we need to take into consideration. And finally, what I want to underline is analytical capacity and data use. It is something that I think it's need to be done across the board. I think that at least, basic data literacy is needed, especially for people like public officials, but also media, but everyone who are in the expert community. It is quite the question of responsibility of the using of data, not to have not only this misleading information, but to have, better narratives and better policies that are around us. And I will close with few examples. I'm from UNDP Serbia, and we are working on several streams. We are not statistical office, but we are handling and trying to understand developmental problems that are happening or issues in the country, and then we have different approach how we actually deal with that. One example, these are just few examples, and I will finish with that. One is actually support to the National Employment Service that is currently, going through the reform process where they want to prepare something that is called labor market intelligence system, but on a stream that is related on job matching platform, and that means that actually now using all the data, you can digitalize the way how you actually connect supply and demand, which is really great because in this era we need to be aware what's happening actually even on a local level, what skills, what are the opportunities of the jobs and so on. Everything can be part of something more intelligent than just people going around and talking to companies. Open data is another area. UNDP supported many institutions, including local municipalities. This is just one of the examples. We worked with I'm trying to translate it in English, Agencija za zaštitu životne sredine, on the data that is related to waste management and everything, on opening data, but also helping government to create entire portal for open data manuals, bringing capacities, which was actually back in the days, a few years ago, it was a really hot topic. Currently, it's not that much because now with the AI, you have tons of articles that say open data is not that good because AI now that has an access to open data, it can misuse it heavily. So now they say we need to change the approach and not have entirely open data, but have some kind of limitation for the technology to actually access it. So it's again around governance of data, how we actually, technology is evolving, so we have to change how the governance of data is actually changing as well. And finally, the final example is actually depopulation. This is something that we in UNDP worked quite a lot for the past 5 years, which is a really, we like to call it a wicked issue. Because, when you ask a person why you leave Serbia or why you decide not to have children, they will say everything, They will say from the governance to corruption to I don't have opportunity in my small city. They name everything. So when you want to solve it, you cannot just say, there's one measure, there's one policy that will handle everything. So, and in that regard, statistical data is even not enough. When you go to demographic data, you will see, you just have a consequence. You don't have something that might be, some kind of factors or something that is a cause of it. So we called it Alternative Data Challenge. We had a call for proposal for academic institutions that actually worked on different sets of alternative data and how we can actually approach what's happening around the territory in terms of the depopulation from different lenses. For example, at this picture on the left side, we used, of course, this is something that is now known, but back in the days was quite new. This is like from satellite images, you can see how lighted areas are. You can see what is the density of the population. You can see and it actually quite correlates to the how, of the depopulation of Serbia. When you go southern and eastern, the depopulation is really strong. Another example is that we use telecom mobile data from, of course, depersonalized. We tracked where people went for 6 months from municipality to municipality, but also who they talk to between municipalities, and what we get actually are something that we called connectivity. So you can see how often, because these are indicators, they were converted to, so you can see how actually people go, how often people from Niš go to Vranje, or from Vranje to some other part of Serbia. And what is this important is actually because you can see to which extent there is an integration on a micro-regional level. Some parts of Serbia are totally disconnected. So people are quite stuck in the municipality they live in. They don't go even to work to commute, but even, for leisure during the weekends and so on. So actually you can get the idea how actually, is there an integration or what you can do, which is a totally different kind of information than which you don't get from statistic, which is just a number. We have entire platform actually that was designed where for each municipality you can see where do people commute and go go to, who do they talk to, and then you can see, measure some kind of, different mobility and connectivity stuff. So I will stop with that. These are just examples from UNDP Serbia, but I can share a lot of things that we are exciting that we are doing. You have my email, you can contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela, for your inspiring insights. You have touched several important points that lead us directly to our discussion, which will be structured into rounds. First, we will reflect on current situation on our respective fields, and then we will turn to the future. But first of all, I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists who will share their thoughts and experience. First, Ksenia Dumicic, PhD, is a full professor of statistics, lecturing for many years at the University of Zagreb, Faculty of Economics, and also teaching abroad. She built her academic career teaching business statistics, econometrics, survey samplings, and quantitative research. Also an elected member of the International Statistical Institute, a recipient of its 2025 Service Award. She is inclusive leader recognized for her contributions to statistical science, research, and the advancement of women and young statisticians in Southeastern Europe and internationally. She also contributes to the ISI Public Voice of Statistics Consortium. Then PhD Blagica Naukovska is a university professor, international consultant, and former Director General of the Statistical Office of North Macedonia. Professor Naukovska has over than 28 years of experience in official statistics and played a leading role in strengthening national statistical system, quality management, and the use of data for evidence-based policy making. She's also head of data science and business intelligence for the Balkan Economic Forum and an elected member of the International Statistical Institute. Dr. Milica Mirković, assistant professor at the University of Donja Gorica and senior researcher at the Institute for Strategic Studies and Prognosis in Montenegro. Dr. Mirković has 18 years of experience in macroeconomic analysis, statistics, and econometrics, and has been involved in numerous research projects across Montenegro and Western Balkans. His academic and professional work focuses on economic development, labor markets, and social policy. He's also a member of the Committee for Economic Sciences, Demography, and Anthropology, and the Montenegrin Academy of the Sciences and Arts. And last but not least, Mr. Fahim Kanlić, head of the Department of the Agency of Statistics of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Fahir has 15 years of experience in producing and harmonizing official statistics in line with EU and international standards. He holds 2 master's degrees in management and in artificial intelligence for public services and is currently pursuing his PhD. He also teaches courses on business intelligence, data science, and big data analytics at universities in Sarajevo and actively participates in several Eurostat working groups and international development projects. So we can start now. Professor Dumicic, let's start from you. As the founder of the first postgraduate program in Croatia and the global advocate for inclusive, trusted statistical practice, please tell me, how have traditional official statistics have shaped our ability to make informed and sustainable policy choices over the past decades?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm truly honored to share the panel stage with such esteemed colleagues, and thank you very much, Sasha, for inviting me. I want to thank you for your introduction, but want to mention that I didn't found the first postgraduate study, but statistical study.
Okay.
So the point is in statistics. Yes, this is great. That's great. This is mistake, which is great, so I can point it out. Yes. And thank you, Daniela, for excellent talk. This is really the core. First, I will, not to repeat, I will just give you short quotes, which are up to date, the newest sentences from the documents from OECD. Without high-quality data, sustainable development remains a dream, not a plan. This is for the OECD document. International Statistical Institute said You can see this on the website. Reliable statistics support a well-informed people and a healthier democracy. This is not only for decision-making on the business and economic level, but it could be also for household level, which is also a type of economic unit. The third one, given by the United Nations, data open, transparent and trusted make the backbone of sustainable citizenship and a better world. And I will add one more, and this is given by George Simon Ulrich, who is the chair of the United Nations Statistical Commission, who said that bad data leads to bad policies. So that important is statistics and the data. And not many people today mention statistics. I think it is very important. So thank you very much, Sasha, for creating this panel. Just to add one more, which is from maybe 2 days ago, the latest Nobel laureate in physics, who is John Martinez, originated from Croatia, so from the Balkans, I would say. He said, please read different sources and think for yourself. So you can never get any figure just like that. I can say my own approach to research. Many times I'm using secondary data like Eurostat data. I usually always go to see what is behind, even though I trust this data. I don't make this data like, under my suspicion. But I want to understand this data, the metadata and the methodologies behind. To answer the question, official statistics have long been the core of evidence-based policy making, grounded in independence, transparency, and harmonized methodologies. This is its truly strength. The quality of data comes first. So accuracy, comparability, and trust were prioritized over speed. So these data have one, like a leg. These data were sometimes slowly developed. I can say in Croatia, 25 or 15 years ago, we conducted a census, but the results were delivered 2 years afterwards. So this was not, and what is the quality? The quality means quality of a product, and data is the product. The quality is if it feeds the purpose, and lay data, they don't feed the purpose. So we need some combination, and actually we are lucky to have artificial intelligence and these new technologies, which will improve this, to gather the data faster, but you should usually contact several sources. This is what is in generally speaking recommended, not to trust directly one figure. Also, figure and chart without context doesn't mean a lot. So everybody who today use some graphical displays or some figures explain what it is about. So then you can communicate and then you can make decisions, which is the topic for today. So the strong, credible systems that are built in trust of data, this is the core of the official statistics, which was by now conducted in one way. But nowadays we have that not only traditional like face-to-face interviews are the mode of data collection. Since many years ago, we have computer-assisted techniques, but nowadays we have even more, like for prices, web scraping, and some new techniques. You should learn a little bit about this, because in my further, if you ask me the second question, I would say that what is the crucial, not only statistics, but education in statistics and statistical literacy, data literacy.
We will come to that.
Yeah, we will come to that.
But okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Statistical offices are rigid and they'll slowly adapt, but they have credibility. Okay, thank you. Dr. Novkovska, you have a unique perspective as both of producer and the user of data. Also, you are a pioneer in introducing quality management into the Statistical Office of Macedonia. And please, from your experience, how do you describe the current situation in Balkan countries regarding using data for policy making?
Thank you very much, Katarina, for your kind introduction and for your thought-provoking question. But for sure, discussing about Balkans is always very provocative topic. The current situation in the Balkan presents a complex landscape for using data in policy making and for using for measurement of sustainable development outcomes. And the current situation, before I evaluate how is, I think, or I am very sure that there are many factors, many reasons why we have such a current situation in Balkans. I select only 3 main reasons according to my knowledge, my experience. The first one is capacities of official producers of data. But when I discuss about official producers of data, that don't mean only national statistical institutions, but also national statistical systems and all international organizations that produce official data. And when we discuss about capacities as a statistician, I would like to discuss with facts. And there are many global indices of statistical capacities, including the open data inventory. I would suggest to check this because there are very interesting data about capacities of 198 producers of official statistics and how they measure this. Because for me it's very important when we discuss about data, their quality and all other elements about capacities of institutions that produce this. The open data inventory assesses 22 topical categories related to social, economic, and financial and environmental parts, and plus 65 key indicators for these topics. And how they measure capacity? Through 2 elements. They measure data coverage and they measure data openness. And for me, it's very interesting to share what they measure and what they assessed when they discuss about data coverage. They do this based on 5 coverage elements. First of all, the availability of disaggregated indicators. I'm very sure that many users are in front of this question, what is the level of disaggregation of data, because usually not much data are disaggregated. Then the number of observations available over the last 10 years and 5 years, because if you like to plan, if you like to do some strategies, you need data that are for long period to be sure that your forecastings will be with good quality, and in the total, what is availability of indicators. And then they assess data openness. It's very interesting what they measure. They measure the format and how well are organized data sets produced by institutions. It is very important how easily users can use these data sets and, of course, format how they are organized, and the comprehensiveness of metadata. My colleague Ksenia mentioned metadata, but I would like to explain what means this. Metadata actually are data for data. That means that statistical offices and other producers are obliged to have very good systems of metadata. That means data about definitions, methodologies, methods applied, and many other important elements for each that they produce. If there is a lack of this system, that means that you will be confused as a user of data, and it's very important the availability of download options. And for me, it was very interesting to share with you how they evaluate Balkan countries. And I will share only results for countries that are countries of panelists that are part of this panel. First of all, the highest rank is for Serbia. Serbia ranks 44th from 198 countries. And what is their score for coverage? Is 64 out of 100. But openness subscore is 80. I will interpret this. That means that Serbia is still in the process of designing many new surveys because their coverage is not so high. But it's very interesting that they have really very high score for their openness. That means that they have very well organized data sets available for their users. They have very good system for metadata, and they have established very available tools for using of data on different platforms. And then for North Macedonia is ranks 52 with higher score for coverage but less for openness. I don't like further because of time to explain this. Croatia ranks 83rd in this ranking with data coverage subscribed 58 and for openness 63. Montenegro ranks 101st in this ranking with very low score for data coverage but a relatively good score for openness 64. And Bosnia and Herzegovina ranks 124th and with less than 50 a score for coverage and also for openness. That means that when we discuss about capacities, we still have to do a lot discussing about how to be closer to users. I'm sure that you are interested. Now, I would like to say, because I'm sure that you are interested, who is the first, who is with the strong capacity in the world is Singapore, with scores of 1995. Lucky users in Singapore.
Thank you, Dr. Novkovska. Okay, Dr. Mirkovic, considering that you work directly with data, but also you have insight of how data is used by students and professors, please tell me how would you assess the current understanding and use of data in decision-making process? And how can you make better use of this data?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation, and it's my pleasure to be part of this forum. Well, I would say that our relationship with data is not new challenge. It always existed, and it's one of ending task of science. On the one hand, we have never had available data such as we have today. We encounter it daily and work in the school, in the university, even on this conference, in media, and data all around us, statistical data all around us.
Overwhelmed with data.
Yeah. And of course, we have never more powerful tools and softwares for analyzing these data. But on the other hand, on the other side, it often happens that we do not devolve deeply insights in the data. We tend to see statistical data at the collection of the numbers, graphs, tables, etc., forgetting that every piece of data bring us or carries one message or one story that help us to explore reality or that help us to discover or analyze situation of some phenomenon. Today, in the era of the rapid changes and information overload, it is very important to find these hidden messages of all data. What some certain data means, why it exists, what are the main messages, and what tells about ourselves, our lives, our work, even about our future. And data, when it comes to usage of these data, data is often used to justify decisions that have already been made, rather than no foundation for doing some decision-making process, and truly driven data-driven process should shift from the idea I have data to idea I know what these data means or what these data telling us. When we talk about data, we have challenges about the collecting data, but also to reading this data. And I can say that today we have enough data, and we have a lot of data. We can use it or not use it or rarely use it, but the question is how to read it. And Professor Domčić in her speech said that it is very important context of the data, and to know the context, to understand both the limitations and to understand power of data. And even more important it is, for example, or for instance, if I get from some research 5%, I need to know what does it mean to put this 5% in one context. Is it lot or is it little? Is it expected value or not? What does telling me this 5% about the reality, about some phenomenon that I wanted to explore? And that means that investments should not be only go to the more technology, but also to data literacy, to develop this ability that every individual can interpret data critically, responsibly, meaningfully, in order to get or catch these messages of the data.
But how to achieve that level of knowledge, to go deeply?
Yeah,
that's the question.
That is, I can say that there is the role of academy, there is role of all of us to teach, for example, students to critically assess data, and to teach them ask questions, but not accepting only answers.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Kanlic, you hold no, sorry, I apologize. Yes. So, Mr. Kanlic, as someone who is leading development of official business statistics and working closely with various data sources, how would you describe the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina and regions about understanding and use of statistical data? You also work with students, just to remember audience.
So thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Since I'm working for National Statistical Office for more than 15 years, I can say that my daily life is mostly focused on dealing with data, calculating, using different kind of models, etc. I would just like to give very brief introduction. Since official statistics, in fact, started with the evidence, making different kind of evidences, and then development of official statistics, let's say, went through years with innovation in the process of data collection, but also data processing. Nowadays, or at least in the last 2 or 3 decades, we have a very rapid growth of completely new concept, which is famous today, big data concept, and I can see in this room that a lot of you are typing on your mobile phone, so you are currently producing a lot of data. What is the difference between official statistics data and all other data sources? First of all, official statistics has to produce data which are nationally or internationally comparable. It means that we have to use official methodology, which is prescribed and adopted. This methodology should not change so oftenly in order to be able to compare the data. So, completely new concept, big data. By using mobile phones, you are producing a lot of data. And I just checked the values or the facts. You can find it on the internet for 2024, some facts about big data. It says that the global big data market worth more than $348 billion. We produce more than 44 zettabytes of data. It means 10 on the 15th degree of data. Okay? Then, in healthcare industry, more than 44 zettabytes. So, how the official statistics can deal with all these changes, rapid changes in technology development, but also the methods or methodologies for collecting the data. So, regarding the question that you raised here, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, you know that we have very complex administrative structure after the war, established after the war. But in general, we can say that the Western Balkan countries or national statistical institutes in the Western Balkan countries made significant progress. So in development of official statistics. As you are familiar with the fact that Chapter 18 on EU acquis is related to statistics. It's one of the first chapters that have to be opened and completed before, let's say, completion of all other chapters. It means that we need figures in order to analyze the data trends in different domains and then to try to make some decisions or policies. In general, we have produced a lot of data across the Western Balkan countries in official statistics. We aligned a lot of statistics with EU requirements, methodologies, regulations, etc. We are mostly working on integration of administrative data sources. It means data sources produced by other national government institutions and other bodies for their own purposes, and how to use this data for national statistics in order to optimize the processes. So in general, official statistics in the Western Balkan countries is, I would say, well developed. However, it requires a lot of development in the future, especially in the near future, because we are still dealing with a traditional way of data collection using paper questionnaires in the countries. We are put a lot of burden on our reporting units, households, individuals, enterprises, by asking the same question for 2 or 3 times or several times to different surveys or questions. And we are striving to integrate administrative data sources into regular production of official statistics in Western Balkan countries. Comparing to some, let's say, Nordic countries, which produces their national statistical indicators, relying on more than 85 or 95% on administrative data sources. So instead of using traditional way of data collection, we are trying to integrate administrative data sources. While we are integrating administrative data sources into regular production of official statistics, we have completely new concepts, technologies, which require adaptation of our statistical systems, which means that we have to change the way of thinking. Official statistics has the regular budget, which is adopted every year. For example, in Bosnia, we have no adopted regular budget for 2025, which means that we have limitations with the budget or finances for financing different kind of surveys. So it means that generally for decision making, policies, adoption, etc., the only relevant source is official statistics. That's for sure. But we need to make a lot of progress.
Yes, but I would like to add a lack of capacity for our Balkan countries. Okay, thank you all for your insight. It was first round. Now let's look ahead to the future of data-driven sustainable development and the opportunities it brings. Let's try to answer the question, what will data-driven sustainable development look like in the years to come? And how can we make sure it really serves society? As we know, the future is shaped by artificial intelligence, digital innovation, and the new generation like Gen Z. So let's explore how data-driven sustainable development will continue to evolve. Mr. Kalnic, let's start from you, okay? You had a master's degree in artificial intelligence for public services and teach courses in data sciences and big data analytics. So from this perspective, tell me, how do you see artificial intelligence transforming the way of official statistics are produced and used in the future? What do you think? Maybe about the risk and opportunities it takes.
Yeah. In fact, artificial intelligence already started with reshaping the official statistics, that's for sure, or any other segment of our life, in a way that this reshaping process is, let's say, already started, but I would say profoundly started, or is progressing. From my perspective, I would say that the changes are not just technical, meaning that from the point of view of official statistics, it is very important to understand how the data can be processed, how data can be collected, and who can get the insights from the data. In which manner, in which way we can provide the data. So there are many benefits of using artificial intelligence in official statistics. That's for sure. First of all, automation process dealing with large amount of data instead of using, let's say, traditional way of calculation or statistical softwares. Nowadays, you can use programming languages which can process a large amount of data very quickly and get the outputs. However, we have to be very careful, especially because in all these stages of data processing, calculation, providing outputs, and data dissemination, we can use AI tools for a completely new way of data visualization. Daniela already showed several graphs which are innovative graphs, not traditional ones with stack bars, with pie chart, etc. However, using AI tools will require adjustment of our national regulations, especially data protection regulation, which is very tricky and very complicated, especially in the Western Balkan countries. I'm sure that you were able to read somewhere that, for example, Meta company uses the data from Bosnia and Herzegovina for more than 300,000 Instagram users for analytical purposes because our laws or regulations are not so, let's say, strict or not implemented in a proper way. So in that respect, regulation will be needed to be adapted, adjusted for this purpose. And what is the most important, and the European Union put the focus on so-called human-centric approach when we speak about using artificial intelligence solutions.
Just quickly, do you think that artificial intelligence is going to replace some position in official statistics?
Not really.
Okay.
At least for now, in statistics, there is no 100%. There is estimate that it can be approximately 100%. So I'm not 100% sure, but for now, I can say that human beings will not be completely replaced. We can learn machines how to help us to make the process easier, and in the end, we'll need some kind of at least evaluation or confirmation of human being that the data are
okay,
of good quality, accurate, etc.
Thank you, Mr. Kalnic. Mr. Mirkovic, you are someone also who work with the younger population, Gen Z. They use artificial intelligence. So how do you think that role of how do you see the role of artificial intelligence in shaping the future of data analysis in your field of work?
Yeah, thank you. The role of artificial intelligence when it comes to the data processing, and that Fahir already said, will be enormous, and I think that everybody can agree with it. We are using it, we will use it, and maybe we will use it more. And on the first panel, we heard that artificial intelligence is a chance to go to the next level. And now is question how to use it in a proper way. Because artificial intelligence, and we know that enables us to process volume of information that we couldn't imagine in the past, and uncover some patterns and connections between data we might not be able to perceive by ourselves. And artificial intelligence can help to us and expand our capabilities when it comes to data processing, but not expand capabilities to understand overall processes. In that case, I see artificial intelligence as a tool that we have to use it to help us in data processing, but we need to explore more the understanding on interpretation of the data. And I can agree with Fahir that artificial intelligence cannot replace human thoughts. and at the end distinguish between the humans and machines, algorithms, softwares is not in processing speed of processing information data, but the ability, the differences between humans and machines is the ability that to find meaning, to connect with the data, with the context, with the previous experience, with the understanding, etc. So although AI helps us to analyze large amounts of data, it also seems that makes distance us from the process of understanding of data, understanding information that data brings to us, and indirectly understanding results. Because if we had over interpretation to technology without critical approach that I mentioned before, we risk losing ability to understand why some system, some algorithm, some software produces a certain result, because without this why, we do not have this real knowledge or real understanding. Today, often when we're using artificial intelligence, it happens that we do not know how program get or bring us certain result or certain conclusion, but we trust it to him and use it. Sometimes, for example, students ask me why we do not calculate, why we are calculating, for example, any statistical indicator manually, why do not use Excel or any other software or ChatGPT in order to save time, save energy, etc. But through manual calculations from the beginning, from the collecting data, calculation, summarizing, multiplying, etc., getting these results, we understand that results, we understand how we calculated it, and we result the source of this result.
So in that way, it's a helpful tool.
Yeah, I will say this.
Milka inspired me. In fact, I remembered very, let's say, funny fact about artificial intelligence and ChatGPT when OpenAI platform was originally launched in November, I think 2022. ChatGPT was a miracle for all of us. You can get everything, etc. And regarding your question, will AI replace human being? One of the famous questions asked ChatGPT was, "Do you love me?" And the answer was, "I'm not a human being. I do not have feelings. I'm not able to love." Do you have any other concrete questions?
Yeah, tricky answer. Thank you very much, both of you. So, Dr. Nowkowska, this topic with artificial intelligence is connected with statistical literacy. And what do you think, how can we enhance statistical literacy in Balkans? And what are expected trends, future trends in statistical literacy? What do you think? Will artificial intelligence help us to understand better statistics and to improve our statistical literacy? And how to promote it? What do you think?
Both of my colleagues here mentioned that artificial intelligence cannot replace human thoughts. But I'm very sure that artificial intelligence cannot replace official statistics. And official statistics needs support, really support, especially in Balkan countries. And about statistical literacy, that was the second reason that I mentioned in my previous discussion that is very important if we like to enhance a situation in the Balkan countries, because good quality statistics data is essential for making informed decisions. And while reliable statistics can be beneficial, it is crucial to understand the associated risks, opportunities, strengths and weaknesses of data. And if for this is needed knowledge, for this is needed statistical literacy. And because of that, it's very important to be statistical, to have statistical and data literacy that I will call data culture. And about how to strengthen or how to enhance statistical literacy in Balkan countries, I'm sure that it will not be easy process. because they are, if we evaluate, current level is relatively low. But I think that you mentioned in your question how to strengthen statistical literacy through artificial intelligence. I think that we have to strengthen statistical literacy, first of all, to understand statistical data, official statistical data, and then we will be much more helpful to understand what is offered by artificial intelligence. Because today was, and I think is in discuss about artificial intelligence, big data, there are of course so many opportunities, but nobody discussed about risks. And we have now new generation of data, a new generation of users of data. We have different words of data. And what is interesting that we have proliferation of online data, and everybody has easily access this data, and content of this data that can lead to misuse. I'm worried more about this misuse, misinformation, disinformation, misinterpretation, this data that very easily online are accessible. And nobody discuss about quality of this. We always discuss and criticize statistical data, but nobody discuss about this possible misuse and misinformation, and this maybe can increase distrust in information. You ask me, there is not enough time to discuss more about this, but about how to foster statistical literacy in Balkan countries, of course, through education. There are many resources for this, many possibilities to organize very well-structured trainings and workshops. But what is specific for Balkan countries, that we have so many workshops, so many trainings, but there is no sustainability. There is not monitoring what is happened after, and there is not evaluation who was part of this education, who was part of these trainings, workshops for improving of skills that are so relevant for statistical literacy. I recently did analysis in many industries in the region, in many countries, and was surprised, really surprised me, that in most of industries, there is a lack of analytical skills, digital skills, critical skills. That means all that are connected to this that we discussed. There is digital transformation in most of countries in the Balkan, but there is a lack of skills. If you ask me how to measure this, still officially is not possible to measure skills of employees. I am very sure that artificial intelligence cannot measure this. But we need, if we would like, because the main topic of our panel is data-driven sustainable development. If we would like to prepare good strategies for sustainable development, we have to know what we have really in our reality, in our businesses, what are skills, occupations of these people, and then use some opportunities of artificial intelligence. Because something is not measurable by artificial intelligence, but it's very important to use this as part of this that we call statistical literacy. Maybe I'm more traditional, but I think that is really very relevant to support official statistics and statistical literacy, because everybody that has knowledge for data and knowledge from data will be statistically literate with enough data culture to do more in using any data that I mentioned. We have data words, different data words, and it's up to users what they will use. But first of all, if they are enough statistically literate, they will choose the best for them.
But I would just like to add, maybe the problem is our mentality, and Balkan mentality. And the lack of trust in government institutions.
If you remember, I said,
we can neglect it.
Katerina, don't provoke me.
Okay.
Yes, mentality and specificities in the Balkans. And, you know, I was surprised that you asked me how. Of course, the first through education, but we have so many often changes in our educational programs.
Yes.
Now it's so in to discuss about artificial intelligence. I will use example of my country. All ministries discuss about and I'm very sure that they are not so good users of official statistics. And discuss, of course, that is in to be fan of artificial intelligence or big data, but statistical literacy for me means knowledge of concepts, to be critical about what you use, because really there are so much data around us to be critical. And again, I think that there are so many resources, but maybe as message will be sustainable in our efforts to build good quality databases for data-driven of sustainable development in the Balkans.
Thank you.
And I'm optimistic that I will ask my colleagues how they will relate artificial intelligence and mentality of Balkan. Because they are mostly in artificial. Do you think that will change our mentality?
Not mentality, but way of the work. Yes.
Okay, they are more optimistic than me.
Our mentality will change AI.
Okay, thank you very much. And Professor Dumicic, how do you envision artificial intelligence, open data, and global statistical collaboration reshaping decision making?
Yes, just to prove to my colleagues, there are many. Oh, yes, thank you. Artificial intelligence offers incredible promise. But if we don't stick to the principles of quality of data, it will miss, you know. So we must stick to our criteria. The risks are huge. We could have biased data, false data, fabricated data, recycled data. Is this the new knowledge? Recycling and recycling the data. So we can come to garbage data. So, and there are also opaque algorithms. So education is crucial for people to understand their data must be confidential and to protect the privacy, cannot be opaque, you know. So education is the only defense against
you mean formal statistical education?
No, continuous education and lifelong learning for everybody.
Okay.
Yes, this is what I think that. And what should the Balkans, Balkan countries do? To invest more in continuous education, lifelong learning, not only for data literacy, but for digital literacy, for also subject matter literacy in in your field of expertise. If you are doing something in tourism, you should be well educated, because this knowledge will give you criteria to understand is this a false data or it is a true trusted data. Invest in continuous education and lifelong learning, to invest in technological equipment so that we could be not the followers but the leaders. Want to mention Nikola Tesla, who is #1 thinker of the mankind, coming from the Balkans. I have the opportunity to say this. And also a couple of days ago, it was Mira Murati who get the Albanian citizenship, because he is that much appreciated from her proud country of Albania. She is called, yes, but she get the citizenship.
She is Albanian. She has
yes, she has. And now, yes, because she is called the mother of artificial intelligence. The mother of artificial intelligence. Okay. And we should invest also in the knowledge for better data communication and ensure the code of ethics for data practice by developing regulations, because I can say for Serbia that they have national code of practice from 2023, which is quite new, but it should be maybe again refreshed. And the other Balkan countries are following the rules from European Union regulations. So it must be regulated so that you know that your data must be protected, your private data. Data should be open but protected. So this is a very interesting concept, and we should all be aware of this. And what to say? Data are truly high-quality statistical data are power, but the knowledge about this is a superpower. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, Daniela, would you like to add something after all this discussion?
Yeah,
before we
thank you.
finish?
Thank you, Katerina. I was quite inspired. I just had to jump in. First of all, I have to say that I, of course, agree with what my colleagues underlined, but I have to be a little bit of devil's advocate here, especially for the part sustainable development and evidence-based part, actually, in sustainable development. Statistics has a bit of limitation when it comes to evidence-based decision-making, especially nowadays when we have so many disruptions. I will give you just Serbia as an example. We invested so much in IT expertise in elementary school, high school faculties and everything, and then AI came, and now you had cut all over the place. And what we do now, it was forecasting. We were doing, we see the data, we see the demand, but actually there are disruptions that change totally. And what happens then? Then you forecast again. There are different techniques that we need to add to this layer of analyzing. I'm saying building on data, but also analyzing in different ways this data. And this is foresight that I want to mention. It's arch enemy of forecasting, I have to say. I know when I talk to statisticians, but actually we also need to do scenario analysis. We need to watch out, and this is something that we in the UNDP globally we do a lot, and that is mapping of weak signals. They're called weak signals because they have some kind of capacity to make a huge disruptions in futures. But when we analyze, especially for something that is really future-oriented and policies that can make different changes, we should be able actually to analyze it in a way that can kind of account for disruptions that might happen, and not only doing this kind of forecasting of something that is actually a path dependency of the past. So this is something that I just wanted to add, but I think that, yeah, data is critical. I'm not opposing to that part, but just in a way how we're analyzing, we should be aware of the fact that disruptions not only possible, but actually happen a lot in the recent past. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me briefly summarize our key takeaways. Okay, before questions, investing in statistical education and literacy, data quality, and inclusive data governance is not optional. It's the foundation for sustainable development, credible decision making, and a more equitable future. Do you have any questions, comments? Do you want to add something, please? Oh, it's okay.
So I'm Ornella, from Albania.
Okay.
And my question is, I'm coming from a country, and we have for the first time in this planet history, the first AI minister. And our AI minister is even pregnant, our Prime Minister said. So, yes. And so, in this new reality, which probably we can understand even, what is the decision-making situation related to the data? So how important is the political will for this kind of analysis? You are professors and you are analyzing data. How important is the decision-making and the politicians and their will and the parties of the government, the opposition, for analyzing these data and for making our society better?
Who do you want you to answer?
Statistical data on generally, because we all the time use term data. All the time we use term data, but about what kind of data? Personally, I discuss mostly about official data, others about data from other sources. But your question is about each data, or generally? Data. Official.
We are producing analysis as professors.
Yes.
What about this? How the society is conforming this data? how they are benefiting?
We discussed about that. We discussed in 1 hour about that.
You are right. How is, if I understood correctly your question, is how after using of data, what is reaction of this? Because usually, I will say that we use in all programs, in all strategies, this data, the best data that are available to do the best strategy. And you mentioned political will. I will say that we need political will for as support, not as source of critics or something like that. But about how is accept what we analyze when we use data, I think there are different reactions, depends of who is involved in this analysis, what is used, what kind of sources, because usually we produce different indicators. Sometimes there are critics why indicators are like this or like that, and depends of knowledge of these that use data, how we explain the quality of data, lack of some data. Personally, I always criticize strategies that are prepared. Why? Because almost all strategies are so well prepared, and if you compare strategy for rural development, for example, with strategy prepared in any other Balkan country are similar, almost the same. But yes, but what missing, and I discuss about this, we don't, in the Balkan, that is my opinion, in the Balkan we don't have this culture of monitoring our work, and in the strategies, missing indicators that will be measurable. Once I was part of a team that was responsible for preparing of one strategy, I will not say each strategy, and my task was to collect all what they prepared, check their indicators, and put in the table. And I realized that these the best experts engaged in this process didn't know well their measures and what to do. They are so well-known experts. How to explain that we need measurable things to put in our strategies and to see in short time, middle time, what is happened, what we put in the strategies. But my impression is that we have to change this. And that was my message, to be more sustainable about our work, to see in monitoring and evaluation. There was no time to mention why capacities of our producers of official statistical data are so low, relatively low. There are progress, of course. The first reason is not well-established quality management systems in statistical institutions, but I will say the same general. There are not established quality management systems to measure what we are doing and what how to measure your work, but some criteria that measure quality. And the second one is not well-structured generic statistical business process model, but the same models can be applied in other sectors. My idea was to share with you that production of data is not only collect data, process, and disseminate. There are 9 phases in this process. But the first one that is not so known is design of required data. And then it's very important stakeholders to be there. And I was director many years in the statistical office, and always we sent so many invitations to businesses, to NGOs, to academic societies to come, discuss together with us what they need. What kind of data missing, what kind of additional data we have to put to already established surveys, was so small or so limited reaction. But this is a very important phase when they can come, that is phase called design of required data, and then started other processes. And the end is a phase of monitoring, together with stakeholders, what was done, what is the quality of what was done, and what to do later. That means evaluation of the work. This missing in the Balkan, and I did these changes in the statistical office at the beginning. Katarina mentioned my experience with quality management system, but still we have to change this in our minds, that we have to work, never mind statistics or businesses, with good quality management systems behind us to be successful, to be sustainable. Because so many discussions, as I already mentioned, about artificial intelligence, about sustainability, but we cannot be with sustainable development if we are not well organized.
Thank you, Professor Nowkowska, and thank you all.
Professors talk so much.
Never mind. I hope it was interesting discussion and you enjoyed this. Thank you very much, all of you. We are finished.
Ne, slika je odavde. Ne iz boka. Ajde, Marina, ne, to je slikanje. Znaš kad je bila eksplozija kao u 2020.
Okay, so this was also an interesting panel. We can make a conclusion that actually AI and big data is pretty a phenomenon nowadays, but very few areas consider it in a real sense. What we also saw today from this panel is that we need data to measure quality. And if we measure quality, then we produce quality. And if we produce quality, then we are sustainable. And in order to be sustainable and provide sustainable development, we need quality data. So the circle is always round. And now the last, but not the least, panel is the panel on blue circular economy. I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Boris Kekic, environmental protection and circular economy expert from Serbia, to take the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the panel on the blue circular economy. This panel is organized in cooperation with the Circular Gaia Symposium, which is an annual international gathering which brings together experts, innovators, and policymakers to champion the circular economy as the cornerstone of a resilient and sustainable future. My name, as was said, is Boris Kekic, and it will be my pleasure today to be the moderator of this panel. Same as for the other panels, we'll have two parts: an introductory presentation by the key speaker, followed by the, let's say, panel presentation and or discussion session,
we have 4 panelists which will get timely introduced. But now first, my honor is to introduce first the key speaker. So Mr. George Kremlis, sitting there, is the ambassador of the European Public Law Organization to Bulgaria, honorary director of the EU Commission, chair of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe ESPO Convention, and the Strategic Environmental Assessment Protocol. He is a co-founder and president of the Circular Gaia Symposium and a member of the advisory board of the Balkan Economic Forum. Ambassador Kremlis is also a member of the board of the EPLO and the director of its Climate and Circular Economy Institute. Until 2023, he was a special advisor to the Greek Prime Minister on energy, climate, environment, and circular economy issues. Please, Ambassador Kremlis.
Okay. Thank you, Boris. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to start by thanking Professor Sasho Joseph for this excellent forum which we are attending today. And to let you know that this panel, as Boris has mentioned, is organized by the Circular Gaia Symposium in cooperation with the Circular Economy and the Climate Institute of the European Public Law Organization, an international organization which has as its members most of the member states of the Balkans. We have 15 member states. We will now broaden to Montenegro as well, and there is an enlargement process of the organization which is currently ongoing. I would like also to thank the distinguished panelists who have accepted to be part of this panel, who will be introduced by Boris. And without ado, I would like to start with my PowerPoint presentation, which is on blue circular economy or circular blue economy, and refer both to the coastal states, but also to the landlocked states. As in the Balkans, we have both coastal and landlocked states. So the blue economy is the sustainable use of the oceans and of the seas. And when it comes to landlocked countries, also of the freshwater resources, which can be lakes or rivers, for economic growth. And it improves livelihoods, it creates jobs, while it preserves the health of the ecosystems. This is the definition of the World Bank. And of course, when the European Commission speaks about the blue economy, they refer only to the seas and the oceans. They do not refer to the landlocked countries and to the water resources. But for the need of my presentation, and as we are in a landlocked country, I have thought that it is important to broaden the spectrum to cover also the landlocked resources, water resources of those countries. Now, there is an annual Blue Economy report of the European Commission, which is a very thorough one, and which covers a very broad spectrum of sectors, marine-based and marine-related, which cover the oceans, the seas, and the coastal areas. And of course, they cover fisheries, they cover aquaculture, they cover offshore oil and gas, pipelines, undersea pipelines and undersea cables, LNGs, wind offshore and solar offshore, which are developing more and more. Desalination processes are extremely important, as most of the countries are facing water scarcity problems, and where you have seawater, the desalination process is an extremely important one, and there are new techniques now to remove the brine, so that is a new development which is worth referring to. And of course, shipping, marine transport, and marine and coastal tourism are components of the blue economy. And of course, the other thing is how you can use the marine products, namely fisheries and aquaculture, which also, and marine biotechnology, which are also very important. Now, the importance of all this is to optimize the benefits from the marine environments, from fisheries, aquaculture, mineral, oil, etc., while preserving the environment, the marine environment and the biodiversity through the development of circular economy concepts, which are extremely important. So you have the coastal countries, which have direct access to the sea. You have the landlocked countries where we are discussing about rivers and about lakes, which are important, and both will be treated, as I mentioned before, under the umbrella of the blue economy. Now, here you see the advantages and the economic opportunities for both of them, and the economic potential that they have. In reality, it's not only the advantages of fisheries and aquaculture and the, let's say, other resources that the sea and the oceans generate, but when it comes to landlocked countries, you can have small hydropowers from rivers. You can use also the waters of the lakes and the rivers for other purposes, which are extremely important. And of course, in that respect, it is also very important to keep in mind the resilience as the key element of combating the climate change is, on the one hand, mitigate the emissions, but on the other hand, to build resilience, namely promote adaptation, to protect the environment, to protect the marine environment, to protect the coastal areas, and of course to protect the river and the other bodies. Here you have the list of the countries here and there. Kosovo is also a landlocked country. And here you have a saying from President Ursula von der Leyen that sustainable blue economy will have to play a central role in alleviating the multiple demands on the EU's land resources and tackling climate change. There are a lot of directives, as you see on this overhead, which are extremely important for blue economy, but which are also important for landlocked countries. You have the maritime spatial planning, extremely important for the development of any project to be developed in the maritime space, be it cables, be it LNG, be it offshore wind or solar. The Marine Strategy Framework Directive, which is extremely important to protect the environment and achieve good environmental status of the marine waters. The bathing water, which applies also to inland waters. So, for example, a lake in a landlocked country has to comply with the bathing water requirements. Then the urban wastewater, that all wastewater needs to be treated before it is rejected to the water body that is receiving it. And in that respect, the key element of circular economy is that the grey water, the treated water, shouldn't go to the sea or to a river. It should be reused for irrigation or for industrial purposes, and therefore be reintroduced into the economy as such, in line with the circular economy. And as I said, for the landlocked countries, the relevant directives are the Water Framework Directive, the Urban Wastewater Directive, and the Bathing Water Directives as well. Now, what are the advantages and the benefits of the blue economy? You protect biodiversity, which is extremely important, and here we are talking about marine biodiversity, but also biodiversity in rivers and lakes. Then the carbon sink element is extremely important, as the seas and the oceans are the most important carbon sink of the planet. You reduce pollution by cleaner technologies and wastewater management, which is extremely important and has to be done up to the standards of the wastewater treatment directive. Then the climate resilience is extremely important because you can protect the coasts and the marine environment and the biodiversity. And the waste management, extremely important, as fisheries and aquaculture generate waste which can be used as a resource and be reintroduced in the economy for biogas production or other purposes. Renewable energy is extremely important, as you can see. We have here offshore wind, which are extremely important, and of course they need to be foreseen in the Maritime Spatial Plan. You have energy from tides or from waves, which is to be developed and can be developed. For example, in Portugal and in the UK, you have this type of energy. And hydropower is extremely important. It can be used also in inland waters, in rivers, provided it complies with the Water Framework Directive. And of course, all this support the transition to a low-carbon economy, as they are renewable energy sources, which are extremely important. Now, the conclusion, the blue economy goes beyond coasts, rivers, and lakes, and embraces all the water bodies, as I said. In the Balkans, the cooperation between maritime and inland states is key to ensure sustainable protection, not only of the marine environment, but also of water and energy management. The EU directives in that respect are extremely important, and they need to be transposed and fully implemented. There will be presentations in that respect, and cooperation and sharing of good practice is extremely important. And then embracing the blue economy fosters regional growth, environmental resilience, and a low-carbon future. And to conclude, just to say, normally I start by this, but the time is limited. We have three priorities in the European Union. We have the green growth, that any project which contributes to growth needs to be green. We have the blue economy, second pillar, and we have the digital economy, third pillar, which covers also AI. Think about an ancient Greek temple with the three pillars, and you have this triangle on the top, which is called the pediment. This is the circular economy. So the idea is the circular economy to be mainstreamed in green growth, to have circular green growth, in blue economy to have circular blue economy, and in digital economy to have circular digital economy. And last sentence, circular economy is the new economic model, contrary to the still prevailing linear economy one, which is take, use, and dispose. The circular economy reintroduces in the economy all the materials. There are no wastes under circular economy. These are secondary raw materials or resources that need to be reintroduced in the economy. And the idea is to reduce the environmental, climate, and energy footprint with the view to preserve the resources of the planet, which are becoming more and more scarce. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kremlis, for the introductory presentation. Now for my second honor of today to introduce the panelists. So we have four panelists, which I will introduce, so we know no particular order, of course. First, Ms. Antti Panayotou, advisor in EU projects and regional development from Greece, with over 25 years of experience in the management implementation of European programs and projects, including Interreg, Aegean, Horizon, COSME, and Black Sea projects. She's an expert in strategic planning, development, and tourism and cultural heritage. She is involved with the Council of Europe Cultural Roots as evaluator and professor in specific fields, Ms. Panayotou is responsible for European Grouping Territorial Cooperation as Task Force Culture and Language Coordinator of the Association of European Border Regions, with headquarters in Berlin and Brussels. I would also like to call Ms. Jadranka Ivanova to join us. She is the president of the Institute for Good Governance and Policies, Environmental and Climate Change from North Macedonia. Ms. Ivanova has extensive professional experience in drafting legislation in compliance with the EU Environment and Climate Change Acquis. From 2001 to 2018, she managed the national structure for North Macedonia for EU negotiations for Chapter 27. She held the crucial responsibility of programming and managing EU IPA 1 and IPA 2 funds for the environment, serving as a senior program officer and IPA coordinator. Since her departure from the public administration in 2018, Ms. Jadranka has been actively engaged in providing support to public institutions in the region on Chapter 27 EU screening and IPA 3 programming. Also, our third panel participant, Ms. Svetlana Žekova, if Ms. Svetlana could join us. Ms. Svetlana is an international climate and environment policy expert, member of the EU Missions Advisory Board for Climate Adaptation to the European Commission, and a member of the Strategic Foresight Committee of the Green Transition Forum for Central and Eastern Europe. A former Minister of Environment and Water in Bulgaria, she had led key national EU-level negotiations, including Bulgaria's position on the Paris Agreement. Since 2016, she has supported the implementation of green transition projects of the European Commission, World Bank, UNDP, and OECD, working with governments in the Eastern Partnership and Western Balkans countries. Presently, she leads or is leading an international team of experts here in Serbia under an EU IPA-funded project, supporting Serbia's EU accession negotiations in the green transition cluster of environment and climate change. And of course, our, as they say, last but not the least, panelist, Dr. Ornella Tsutsi, former Deputy Minister of Tourism and Environment of Albania, and an environmental policy expert with a PhD in sustainable waste management and a background in public service, international advocacy, and academic leadership. Her work spans national policy making and global environmental governance in the fields of climate resilience, sustainable tourism, and green finance. In the Global Environmental Facility and Green Climate Fund, she represented Eastern Europe and Central Asia in key global climate and environmental finance institutions, where she has actively worked to amplify the voices of women and underrepresented regions in international decision-making. Dr. Tsutsi is also an active contributor to global forums across Asia and Africa, where she speaks on sustainability, circular economy, and gender equity in environmental leadership. I thank you all and welcome to all the four panelists. And I think we can move to the panel part of our session. So we heard during both the introductory presentation now and also during the previous panels how important it is to look at this topic at a wider territorial aspect, meaning the Western Balkans, Balkans, European context, and in the end, of course, the global context. So questions first for Ms. Panayotou. In this context, how can blue economy act as a bridge for stronger territorial cooperation among the Balkan countries, in your view? And I believe Ms. Panayotou also has some slides to show, so if you can just put them online. Ms. Panayotou, here's the remote if you want to
yes, thanks.
sit there.
So hello to everyone. So the time is very limited. We are also so late. So I prefer to make a presentation in order to show some photos just to be in a better mood for all. We like to present the blue economy as a catalyst for Balkan territorial cooperation. What actually we say that the region, Balkan is a region rich in aquatic resources. We are talking about the maritime access and the freshwater system. The benefits for this strategic access, we know that we are connecting in 5 major seas. We are talking for Mediterranean, Adriatic, Ionian, Aegean, and Mediterranean. These coastal zones support vital economic activities, including fisheries, maritime transport, and tourism, while connecting the regions to global trade networks. We are used to say that the Balkans, we are the poorest, let's say, countries. But when we are looking at the privilege that we have and the opportunities that we have, it's time to think about it and how we can strengthen these kind of opportunities. From the other side, we have the freshwater system. The mighty the Danube River and numerous other waterways provide abundant freshwater resources. There is the rivers system offer opportunities for inland navigation, hydropower, aquaculture and ecosystem services that support millions of people across national boundaries. We have the blue economic sectors which are driving direct to regional growth. We are talking about fisheries and aquaculture, sustainable fishing practices, and modern aquaculture facilities creating employment and food security, maritime transport, post logistic corridors, and shipping routes connecting regional and global markets, coastal tourism, cultural heritage sites, ecotourism, and sustainable coastal development attracting international visitors, renewable energy, offshore wind, wave energy, and tidal power supporting the green transition, and of course, marine biotechnology. Innovation in pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and biomaterials derived from marine resources. At the same time, we have a lot of challenges, but the challenges require the same and require joint also solutions. We are facing marine pollution, overfishing, and climate change. These transport-added challenges cannot be solved by individual nations alone. Coordinated governance, knowledge exchange, and joint investment in blue infrastructure are essential for protecting shared waters and ensuring long-term sustainability. Building bridges between EU and non-EU countries, building a strategic framework that we can create for integration. The blue economy serves as a vital bridge between EU, member states, and aspiring Balkan nations, fostering pre-accession readiness through practical cooperation. Regulatory harmonization, aligning national policies with EU maritime directives, capacity building through knowledge transfer and technical assistance program, joint access to European funding instruments including IPA and Horizon Europe, enhanced environmental standards supporting sustainable resource management. As Mr. Kelly mentioned before, we are talking about marine renewable energy, powering these kind of resources in the future. The blue tourism, culture, community, and conservation. One of the privileges that we have is our cultural exchange, heritage sites and maritime traditional attractive visitors, while strengthening regional identity across cultural understanding, community cooperation, local stakeholders working together to develop tourist products that benefit coastal and island communities, and sustainable practices, eco-certification programs, waste reduction initiatives, and habitat protection, preserving natural beauty for future generations. We have a lot of best practices, let's say, in cross-border coastal tourist cooperation. We are discussing, let's say, Greece, Albania, Montenegro, and Croatia. They are pioneered to join tourists that showcase the Adriatic and Ionian coastline while promoting sustainable development principles. It's something that they work together, but it's not enough. We have to be a lot of other things to work with joint platforms to specific cultural heritage to create a cultural routes and corridors. At the same time, we have the countries that crossing by the Danube River. Serbia, Bulgaria, and Romania demonstrated the power of freshwater cooperation through their joint management of the Danube River, second longest waterway, and they have the opportunity to improve the global commerce. From shared waters to shared prosperity. We are talking now about joint regional planning, coordinated strategies align national priorities with collective goals, about economic prosperity, creating jobs, reducing inequalities, and stimulating innovation, social cohesion, building trust and solidarity through collaborative projects, public-private partnership, leveraging private sector innovation and investment capacity, European funding, accessing grants, loans, and technical assistance programs, and environmental stewardship, protect marine ecosystems from current and future generations. The blue economy demonstrates that cooperation is the most powerful current in the sea of regional development through unity, innovation and shared commitment to sustainability, the Balkans can transform their magnificent waters into engines of prosperity, resilience, and lasting peace.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panatoiou. I will also invite the other panelists, of course, to join with questions or comments, please, if of course you have any. Now, we heard now about the importance of the territorial cooperation, and of course, we heard before, and it was, I think, a very good note at the very beginning, that Europe will not be whole or entire until the remaining countries of the region actually become member states, and how it is important to have let's say, the whole and entire Europe for this topic. And I think we can say that European Union membership is an important policy objective for all the countries, all the remaining countries in the region who are not member states yet, and a very important driver for the reform process in of course, all the different sectors of the society. Now, on one hand, we know that EU membership and this whole accession process brings many benefits, but on the other hand, it can also be very demanding in both financial sense and the sense of the organizational capacities that the candidate countries need to have in order to meet the different EU requirements. So this time a question for Ms. Ivanova, who is a very qualified and very let's say, known expert in this field. And this is basically, how do you see the Balkan countries, and by that I mean candidate states, since we are talking about the accession process, cope with these financial and organizational needs and requirements in order to establish circular economy practices and basically meet the requirements and standards of the EU acquis? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you also for Sasha inviting me and Mr. Kremlis to be part of this panel. I see the Balkan countries have two basic challenges. The first challenge is there is a huge need of finance to construct all the infrastructure that is needed to comply with Chapter 27 requirements. When I say infrastructure, I mean dominantly wastewater treatment plant, water supply, also the waste infrastructure, which is needed to properly manage the waste. And there are some of the countries made quite precise estimation, and it is all in billions. For example, for Albania, only 2 directives for urban wastewater treatment plant and drinking water, there is about 4 billion euros needed. Maybe for a whole chapter, it's about 8 billion. For Serbia, I heard that there is about 20 billion euros needed. So it's a huge need of financing in order to comply with the requirements. On the other side, we have money available, which the country cannot have not used it. And the country had faced the commitment. The EU just took the money back because they haven't used it in the deadline that was for them. Applied mostly through IPA. Why is that? The main reason is, of course, the administrative capacity of the responsible authority to program first the funds, second, to manage, to implement. Maybe to a certain degree it contributes a bit of complex procurement procedure that they have to apply, which really request a kind of special expertise. And of course, the problem which we all country faced here is the corruption to a certain degree, also contributed to the huge decommitment and not spent money. I would add another challenge, which we usually forget, and this is this kind of perception that also among ourselves, but outside of the Western Balkan, is the perception we do nothing, which I believe is not true. Many of the Western Balkan countries have really developed or improved their environmental standards, maybe not that much on the side of the government, but more on the private sector. And if you see and check what the private sector did, you will see a huge improvement in implementing the environmental standards. But on the other side, we believe nothing is done, basically because we are relying on the perspective of the citizens toward our governments. And this is a kind of a combination which a bit contribute to this challenge of using the money. On the other side, also the government, they need a lot of money. So they put many charges on the private sector, which for me is also not so good. You can load the donkey until it dies. But so I believe the private sector is towards the edge of not being capable to generate that much of funding which is needed. So what is the solution for this situation is actually a long-term planning. Many of the countries, they do not have a long-term planning of the investment need. The cycle of until you plan, program the funds and realization of the project on the ground, it takes for minimum for up to 7 years. So in IPA 1, you had to think about IPA 3. In IPA 2, you have to think now IPA 4 for Albania and Montenegro cohesion fund policy post-2027 perspective. You have to think how you will implement, what kind of infrastructure, how you will implement the commitments you made during negotiation, but also commitment to protect the environment. I think this is a kind of most important issue that we have to tackle in the Western Balkan, long-term planning. At the moment, there is no such a long-term planning. You will see many of the countries, actually all, have requested transitional periods during the EU negotiation process to meet some of their requirements. And the longest one, as I understood, is 2050 to meet some of the requirements. And this is usually related to the directives, which are heavy investment directives. So you have to plan now how you will reach 2050 to implement all the obligation. Or usually I'm saying you have to do the reverse engineering to put yourself in 2050 and go back how you will implement all the projects up to now. So there are two issues we have to deal, long-term planning and improving our capacity. As IPEC, we were saying that there is no enough expertise in the Western Balkan country to tackle this issue. So we said, let's make a kind of a center of excellence in the Western Balkan to support the countries in this long-term planning, even support the implementation of the project, because as we are dealing now, maybe on the public sector, I'm not saying on the private sector, actually I'm pretty happy how it developed, but on the public sector, we need kind of a center of excellence to support the countries in using, especially now post-2027 financial perspective when the EU is developing. And the first document in the parliament, it will be more on conditionality. So the countries will not have any more, of course, it is the first draft, let's see how it will develop further, but they will not have a strictly dedicated envelope with a certain amount of money, but they will compete among the countries. They have to fulfill some criteria, which is on the other side quite okay, because I believe countries should be pushed, but if the capacity remain the same, if the expertise is not here, also we will fail again. We will have the money available, but it will not be spent. I don't know how much I contributed in resolving this issue, but I just wanted to highlight the challenge that we have at the moment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jadranka Ivanova. Of course, talking about financing and a part for the investments is also important to consider basically the avoidance of costs through climate change adaptation and proper disaster risk management. And you know, as they say, that every euro invested in prevention brings several euros saved in basically disaster recovery. So this is a topic which I will ask Ms. Svetlana Žekova, our panelists, about. And it's basically how, let's say, smarter coastal and water management within blue economy can help communities build their resilience and avoid these climate-related losses in the first place. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Boris, and thank you very much for this opportunity to share our experience today, thanks to this excellent forum organized for all the Balkan countries. At least for most of them present, as I can see here. And I'm very happy for this question that you are posing, Boris, right after Jadranka, because one challenge that I think is constantly present in these negotiations on Chapter 27 and on the water sector especially is that you have probably missed or haven't faced yet is the ever-running target, which is the European acquis. So as far as you negotiate something, you negotiate about a transitional period until 2030, and then the directives is already changed, and you have to reconsider and renegotiate until 2050. So this is really a very important challenge that all the countries we have faced in the negotiation process, and all the accession countries now in the Western Balkans have to also consider. And the same goes for investments. The prices change. So you have to constantly renegotiate, reconsider the investment costs. And this brings me to your question, Boris. It's very on time, I think, right after Jadranka's intervention, because when we talk about blue economy and about blue circular economy especially, we often focus on its potential for growth and innovation, on the costs that is going to cost us, actually. But what we miss to talk about is that the blue economy, the blue circular economy, what George has referred to in the beginning, our pillars, the green economy, the transition to green economy, the overall circular economy, not only the blue circular economy, they're actually powerful tools to avoid costs, to make these costs cheaper, so to say. These are powerful tools, all these economies and approaches, for avoiding losses, actually. And this is the aspect that I will try to address in my presentation, to touch upon in response to your question, Boris. We have all heard about the disasters. We have felt it across Europe. Climate-related disasters already cost billions each year. I have compiled a couple of slides just for you to have it in front of your eyes. But from floods and droughts to coastal erosion and water pollution, these are all risks that have not been avoided, and we are facing these costs. Since 1980, extreme weather events have caused across Europe over 738 billion in losses. So this is a statistics. We have in the previous panel talked about statistics and how important it is, but most importantly, how we use these statistics and how we respond to these statistics. So extreme weather events have cost these billions of loss already. Just last summer, 43 billion in damages from heat waves, floods, and droughts across Europe. This is the statistics. If these trends continue, and here comes the prognosis, this could rise up to 126 billion annually by 2029, by 2030, which is across the street, and even up to 450 billion a year by 2050, under more pessimistic scenarios of global warming. So in the Western Balkans, so this is across Europe, but in the Balkans, it's not different. I have found these statistics from the World Bank last assessment for the Western Balkans, and you can see it. Okay, yes, the estimations are that 37 billions are to be invested in resilience for the next decade in the Western Balkans. But what if we don't do these investments? What would be the consequences? So you can see it on the slides. Without such investments, climate damage could reduce the GDP in the regions between 14 and 60%, up to 16% in Albania, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is the World Bank estimations. For North Macedonia alone, only flood-related GDP losses could go up to 3% under the baseline scenario. For Bulgaria, we are already, for instance, we have already assessed that when we were preparing our climate adaptation strategy, the presumption was that we are going to lose 3.5% of the GDP annually by 2030. We have so now, with the assessment of our climate adaptation strategies, that we are already losing now 3.5% annually of our GDP only from climate disasters. So these are losses that could be avoided. And smarter coastal and water management guided by the blue circular economy principles can help us prevent them. So we need to work for this and not for responding to these costs. So how the blue circular economy can help us to do this? So this is first the very concept of the blue economy, because it reframes how we manage our costs and water. So we are talking about costs, about water management in a sustainable way. So it also, the blue economy and the blue circular aspects, as George has underlined also in his presentation in the beginning, it treats natural assets, which are rivers, wetlands, coastal ecosystems, not as a resources to be exploited only, but as infrastructure for resilience. So this approach actually is helping us to see our water infrastructure and disaster risk disaster infrastructure in a different way. So nature-based protection is the first principle that the blue economy implies, and it's restoring wetlands, dunes, floodplains, absorbs floods, slows erosions, etc., in order to protect against floods. I have given an example here. 1 hectare of wetlands can store up to 9 million liters of flood water. So imagine if we exploit this potential of the blue economy and not our water resources only. So circular water use, it was also touched upon. Reusing treated water and recovering resources builds drought resilience and reduces pollution. Not only reduces pollution, so it's not only about environment and our water environment, but also a risk management and disaster risk management. Smart infrastructure, a third pillar in the approach of the blue economy. It's combining gray and green solutions, because we first rush to the gray solutions. You know, let's build more dams. Let's build more gray infrastructure in order to secure our water for drink, for business, for industry, for agriculture. No, like we can go ahead for cheaper solutions, like living shorelines or permeable waterfronts. This protects against floods, while also creating value through tourism, aquaculture, and clean energy. So let's think about this. And also, am I in the right slide? Just, yeah, okay. Yes, integrated governance. I also didn't mention this. Finance and insurance innovation. This was also relevant to my previous slide. And now, last but not least, okay, we are asking all the same questions. How can we enable this shift? And I have 3 answers maybe to consider. These are the integrated planning, so align river basin, flood risk, and maritime special plans, so investments in ports, tourism, or energy, reinforce, not weaken resilience. Then the second one is climate risk screening as standard practice. Every major water or coastal investment should be tested against future climate scenarios and not just current conditions, and it involves integrated planning at the very beginning. And the third one is resilience-based financing. So EU, IPA, bilateral, national funds. We said, we have the money, but how to invest it smarter? They should make climate resilience a passport for eligibility in the financing, directing resources to projects that reduce risk and not augment the risk. And some closing thoughts, maybe, you said, Boris, in the beginning, every €1 in resilience saves 4 to 7 in recovery. Sustainable, coastal, and management, sound economics, plus social protection. So this is what the blue circular economy is. Let's use it. The blue circular economy can turn natural assets into shields of resilience. It's not only investment. It's not about protecting the environment only and our waters. It's also protecting people, ecosystems, and property. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Žekova, for the nice presentation. I think we can say that from all the previous presentations that basically within this aspect and context of the blue economy and for the achieving the required transition and to the required, let's say, level of circularity within the blue economy, it is very important to consider different and wider social aspects, including cooperation of different social actors. And by that, I mean state institutions, public institutions, the private sector, academia, and other. So, question now for Dr. Sulci. How do you see that policy, education, and research alignment can accelerate the cultural and this behavioral shift that is required for the circular blue economy in the Balkans?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Boris. And as I am probably the last panelist here, I will try to be short and quick. So I want to thank Mr. Kremlis, Ambassador Kremlis, for bringing here this topic, the blue circular economy. Some 3 years ago, all Europe talked about the green economy, and everything was green in our Europe. So we talked about green transport, green economy, green, and everything was green. But now, 3 years later, we are talking, or they are talking about this military economy. And where is the green? Or where is Balkans in this military economy? And in the frame of the last World Bank research and analysis, the Mediterranean is the most polluted sea all over the planet. And do you know what is the main reason for this? We, the Western Balkan countries. We are producing a lot of waste and we are not managing our waste. And all our waste, or at least the biggest part of our waste, they are going to our Mediterranean Sea. And our economies, like in Albania, we are based on the blue economy. Our main industrial sector is the tourism sector. And in the frame of this, we are, I will share some cases or some, let's say, examples. The biggest river in our country is Drini River. But this river is starting from North Macedonia to Kosovo, Montenegro, and then in Albania. And so 10 years ago, it was a very big project, started from the Green Climate Fund, which is a huge opportunity for our countries, our small countries. And we saw that even with this big, very big project, big budgets, they produced 4 different datas for 4 different countries, for different policies for the same river. And we have the same problems some 10 years later. And yes, we have a lot of data in our countries. For example, I will share again an example here. We just closed our last census in Albania, 2025, 14 years from the previous one. And they came to our homes and they asked us for wash machines, how many we have. And we were laughing about this question because nobody explained us why they are asking. Because they are asking about how many water we are using and how many canals we need and how many wastewater we have to treat. And nobody is reflecting about these data even now. And we have 1 year now this data. So the relation between the data collection, the analysis, the policy decision, and investments, it's not creating this investment or impact measurement that the data has to create. And the problem, it's exactly this. We don't have bridges between the golden helix. What is the golden helix is the collaboration between the academians, the education, the governance, and I'm talking here about the local and the central government, and who is implementing this kind of policies, private sector, and they are nowhere. Nobody is asking them, and the best expertise is there in the private sector because they are paying a lot for the expertise, but we are not using them. So when I first started in the Ministry of Environment and Tourism in Albania, some 7 years ago, I saw that we had 7 strategies for environment, exactly 7. A lot of money from European Union producing this kind of strategies. No monitoring, and we started to monitor the first one, the waste management strategy. And we saw that in 8 years, the strategy was for 10 years, we realized this strategy only 8%. And we closed this strategy and we realized a new one. New data, new production, new vision. The same government it's now, they are producing 5 years later, a new strategy. And do you know what is the case? Why? Corruption. Everyone is in jail who worked with this strategy. And it was a decision of the Council of Ministers creating this strategy. And also I left 3 more strategies, 3 different issues, and now I don't know, I have missed the numbers of the strategies that they are running into my country. And again, we are talking about directives. Yes, directives, and more directives, but what our reality? We have German expertise working for our reality. They are coming, they are being paid very good, and they are living. And we are producing this kind of German expertise, German strategies for Western Balkans reality. And we are not able even to implement this kind of strategies. And what about universities? We have, I don't know, have someone measured how many PhD studies they are every year in each country for blue or green economy? A lot. Why we are producing so many studies? Because they are studies, they are good studies, or master thesis about. At least I have 4 students this year for master thesis. But why we are realizing this big amount of research for nothing? Because as university, we are not collaborating with governance or local governance to give to them our own results and to oblige them to make their own decisions started from this research, this kind of research. And and the last one is the private sector. So we are planning, we are doing our strategies, we are doing our laws, but in the end, the private sector will be the implementer of all this. And in the end, I think that we don't need in Western Balkans even to explore or to invent the wild. We just need to find the best way how to implement or to move this wild. And in this, we can find now Asia. I'm working a lot in Asia and Africa now, and seeing how much China is using ocean energy, waves and tides, as Mr. Kremlis said. And it's 800 times more production than, because of the density of water, more production than the wind. And all Europe is going to the wind energy production, wind production, but Chinese and Koreans, they are going to the ocean production. And we can see, for example, in Songdo, it's in South Africa, it's a 100% renewable city. Everything. They are not using a lot of water, they are everything there, it's renewable. Everything there, it's circular economy. And Europe, it's far away. Western Balkans, I don't know where we are. And so in this case, I think that we have a lot to do. We don't need to invent something else or to invent something particular. And I think the first thing that we need to do is to stop producing blue strategies for Brussels. Let's co-create blue systems for ourselves and our coastlines. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Tsutsi, and of course the other panelists for what I believe were very informative presentations about different aspects of the blue economy. We do have another, let's say, question for all of you before we close the panel, and it's basically about what to do next. So I think this was, as I said, very informative, let's say, elaboration of the current situation, the challenges, and let's say the situation. But let's say looking towards the future, and let's not go too far into the future, let's say in the next 1 to 5 years, so something that can be in this short to medium period. What would you think are some of the key elements and, let's say, main reform initiatives which would improve regional cooperation and transition of the Balkans region, and especially the Western Balkans regions, towards the circular blue economy? So please, in whatever order you like, so whoever wants to go first.
Okay, I can take. First, I think probably the most difficult part is to have political commitment. We have to see the leaders, and I agree fully with some of the previous speakers who said we need different political leaders. So we need leaders who really are committed to what they have promised. Second, we have to understand that we are so much connected among each other, so we have very easy ways to find what are the common interests of all the countries in the region, and of course use the possibility of funds which are in line. I'm supporting the EU integration, which are in line with the EU integration, but also of the country's own objectives that they have put in front of them. And of course, again, please build, next aspect is public administration, which is credible, based on merit system, not public administration which is politically affiliated, which is very important for the EU integration, because once we become a member state, the countries will be part of this unique European administrative space, so they have to fully take an obligation of a new member states and take the responsibility of performing as it is required. So connection, identify common grounds for cooperation, which are many, which are easy, and then continue working on it with the right administration. If this is my short explanation. Thank you.
I'm impressed for what Ornella mentioned before, but it's true. It's true, because it's something that we are facing every day But maybe I'm a dreamer. So I would like to say that I envision a Balkan to support this kind of blue economy and to act as a bridge, let's say, supporting the local economy and the stakeholders and our SMEs and our countries, actually. We have, let's say, we have our seas, we have rivers, we have coastal resources, and this actually is our common assets. They are not just a dividing lines naturally between the countries. This is something that we would like to act together, to manage together. A lot of times we mention about strategic planning, but let's repeat it once again. By policy, by integration, by investment, let's say that Balkans can act as a bridge for peace, growth, and cooperation. For me, the most important word is a cooperation. We need to work together. It's a need to work together. It's a need to understand each other. It's a need, let's say, to take in our hands sometimes the decisions. So the most important thing is to change, let's say, our modality. Let's try to change ourselves and try to see and focus what is our dream and where we would like to be in 5 years. Is this that I would like to say.
So I used to be a dreamer when I haven't worked, never ever, in the government. But then I worked for some years in the government, and I worked a lot with other governments also, and I'm not a dreamer anymore. What I think we do not need to be silos. We need to be all together because, yes, Europe has their own problems now. I don't know if they have space for us, or do they need us? I don't know. But we need ourselves, and we need to be together for this. Otherwise, we will not be able only for Europe. We have to be able for us. And in this frame, I can propose something very, very concrete. For example, launch the Western Balkans Blue Helix Alliance, which can be a standing platform for ministries, research institutions, local governments, and business chambers all together. And also establish a national Blue Innovation Council, or Western Balkans Blue Innovation Council. And also a pilot flagship cross-border corridor. And we don't have this kind of corridors, as we heard previously, but if our governments, they are working in this fantastic way or fantasies ways, we can even use these ways for having this kind of collaboration between us. Because the golden helix is not just a metaphor, it can be our own path to ensure that policy, knowledge, and enterprise spin in a sync. And yeah, we do not have to wait more the perfect conditions. They will not come, for sure. But we can build imperfect partnerships that can improve over time and can improve our lives. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm really very fortunate to have such optimistic and looking into the bright future panelists in this panel. Indeed, maybe to share and to add my thinking on this perspective as well. So in the next 5 years, you ask Boris, okay, 1 to 5. Maybe should we start from the? I picked up from what you said, colleagues, and also from my thinking, two words, really, together and sharing. And I don't think that we can make it in the next 5 years if we don't really take seriously this perspective, sharing and together. And this is how I think that as a whole, not only in the context of the blue economy or green economy or protecting our environment, this is important for us not to compete, but to find a way together. And in the context of this, of the blue economy we are talking about, and blue circular economy, and protecting our waters and fighting against risks from climate change, I think I mentioned it in my presentation, these 3 pillars. So first, we need a regional framework for integrated water and coastal management. So not just coastal management planning, integrated water and coastal management planning on the Balkans. Our rivers and coasts, they don't stop at the borders, and neither do floods or pollution. So aligning river basin, flood risk, maritime spatial planning across countries is really essential. We do it for the Danube, we do it for the Mediterranean, but somehow kind of separately. So we really need to think about this regional perspective. There are instruments, for instance, the already established Regional Cooperation Council, or you mentioned Adriatic Ionic initiatives on this. So we can probably think about this regional framework for integrated planning to be embedded in one of these tools and instruments. Second, we should move from concepts to practice. So you all mentioned a lot of strategies, 7 strategies here, while we in Bulgaria, we have 30 strategies, and we change it under the European rules every other 7 years. But, you know, in the planning and the moving from concepts to practice is extremely important. So it means implementation. So how to force ourselves to also implement, not only develop strategies. So this is by adopting common circular economy standards that for water, in our context, for water and marine sectors, for instance. And also by scaling up, why not joint pilot investments? Because imagine circular ports that manage waste and wastewater. They reuse the wastewater. So imagine coastal zones that combine tourism, aquaculture, ecosystem restorations, all the elements of the blue economy. These are visible examples of the blue circular economy if we can implement it. So let's think about this. And third, last but not least, I would say, we need to reform how we finance resilience. Because there is a lot of money, we mentioned it. A lot of money out there, a lot of money also needed, but not less money out there. How we attract it? Besides the integrated planning, besides setting up standards, really, for resilience risk management, for instance, it's also, you know, making the finance, the future financing and future investments under a climate risk screening, so to say, and natural capital valuation screening, maybe. So let's make these standards for future investments and standardization. It should also, I see in the room there are investors, there are donors that also have to think about how we invest. Do we invest in infrastructures that would create more risks, including climate risks, or we invest in infrastructures that are under the standards to avoid risk and to make our future under the standards of blue, circular, sustainable, whatever name we plan. So these are the three pillars. And if I can conclude for over the next 5 years and maybe more years than that, the focus should be for us on the Balkans. Planning together, investing smarter, and financing for resilience. So this is how we can probably avoid future risks and also save costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panelists, for your, let's say, perspectives on the way forward. Now I think we give the opportunity to the members of the audience if any of you have any questions for the panelists. Please, ako možemo mikrofon samo?
Okay, we have the pleasure that this panel is followed by a PhD student from the Faculty of Economics, Skopje. And her name is Ivana Ivanova, and she works on circular economy in terms of plastics. And she would be very grateful if you give a reply, any of you, to three questions of hers. First, does Western Balkan have databases of experts on circular economy, whether blue or green or any kind of databases? Second, if there is a database, how do you map it? How do you map the experts? And her last question is, how is blue circular economy incorporated in the green agenda in regards to plastic marine pollution? Thank you. On her behalf.
Okay. Probably I take the microphone. Okay, okay. Okay, very relevant questions. We in the European Public Law Organization, as you know, we have the Circular Economy and Climate Institute, and I am the director of this institute. The EPLO has a network of 75 universities, and therefore we have a very broad expertise across the EPLO. Now, in our institute, we have a team of experts on circular economy and on climate, because circular economy is also the means, the vehicle to ensure energy transition and climate neutrality. Because if we reduce our environmental climate and energy footprint, we lead to less emissions. We need to better environmental management, and therefore we can reach the goals of reducing by 90% in 2040 the emissions, and by 2050 to reach net zero. So the reply is, in the EPLO we have the expertise, the university can contact us, and we would be also very happy to have this lady part of our team and build capacity, and also invite members of the university. And also we had the pleasure to have, thanks to Svetlana, a group of civil servants from Serbia coming to Greece to be, let's say, trained, although they were experts. But, you know, the sky is the limit on environmental directives. So this is the first thing that I can say. And then the second thing, litter pollution. Litter pollution is the pollution of the sea, which can have a land-based origin because of wastewater, or because of floods, because floods can move and transfer to the sea a lot of waste. And if you have illegal landfills, and in some of our countries there are illegal landfills, all this through the floods is transported to the sea. So this is the litter pollution, but we do have a plastics pollution, which is even more worrying. This is why the European Union has adopted the single-use plastics directive, which has had, let's say, beneficial effects, although there are now discussions about the straws. We are going back to the plastic straws. In any case, this is a big discussion. But plastic pollution is extremely important. And the Mediterranean has a very heavy plastic pollution because of tourism. And of course, we have the pollution also of the fishing gears, because you have seen also videos that turtles are trapped and fish because of the fishing gears. Now, there are good initiatives under blue economy for fishermen, and in Greece we have started such initiative to stop fishing during certain period and to fish, to collect the fishing gears. So they remove all this, they bring it on land, and they reuse this, because this is plastic that can be reused. And you have seen cases where, for example, items have been produced because of this kind. But this is a very worrying problem because, and I finish with this, plastic pollution, because of microplastics, has entered the food chain. So we eat fish, which is infected by microplastics. And to this, I can add that because of the increase of the temperature in the Mediterranean, we have now invasive species. We have two invasive species. One is the lionfish, which is a delicatessen. You can eat it. And the other is the rabbit fish, which is dangerous because it can bite you and you cannot eat it. And this is proliferating very much. So you see the interconnection between all of them. But under blue economy, there are incentives for fishermen to collect, let's say, fishing gears and other incentives to reduce plastic pollution, which can be developed. So thank you for giving us this possibility.
May also, so in each ministry under the frame of UNFCCC, every year the ministries, they are approving a list of roster experts. And so they must be very useful for your PhD student. And the second one is that in the frame of the Aarhus Convention, she probably can ask everything from the ministry, and she can have every information that she needs in each ministry in the Western Balkans.
Check, did any of the other, just a moment, yes, if any of the other panelists wanted to also reply something to the first question, no, then if you can please get the microphone to okay, or yes, he can alternatively come and take it. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I'm coming from a private sector, and first I want to say that I'm really happy that I've attended this panel. And I heard a lot of things from all of you. But I will focus on one thing. I noted that there is, you mentioned it several times, discrepancy between strategy and implementation of the strategy. And there was a key point that private sector is the sector that should implement all the strategy. So, my question is, have you considered on global level or any other, I don't know, research or in any point of time, some incentives for private sectors? Especially, let's mention the most important financial factor, return on investment for private sector. So how are you planning to motivate the private sector in terms of circular economy?
Okay. I'm very happy that I am not anymore part of the government, because I will, let's say, feel very responsible for your question. But in my country, no, they are not giving incentives for the green economies anymore. And they are now just planning these strategies, for example, the climate change strategy, and the climate change strategy that just approved my country in 2020, it's impacting 13% of our private sector. But I don't think that they know that they are impacting themselves, 13%. And the first thing that the private sector, in my opinion at least, must be very informed, firstly. And secondly, if you are not asking, nobody is giving, for sure. And I think the private sector must be the organizing, let's say, systems for the private sector, the chambers of commerce and everyone else must ask for this kind of subsidies from the government. But there are a lot of subsidies, and I think Ambassador Kremlis will explain in Europe that you can even apply and take. But I think colleagues know, but no.
I will just want to add something regarding, again, long-term planning. There are so many funds now which are available. It will be available for the Western Balkans once they become a member state, but all of them require the country to prepare good strategic documents. And this is what I really support what Ornella said, that it has to be somehow combined, the efforts from both sides, but also don't forget as a private sector to look all these funds and say you have to prepare now for them. Even you will be maybe becoming a member state couple of years, especially we are discussing now in Albania, where I work partly to establish a kind of a system of programming, even now for the new financial perspective, which includes innovation, modernization fund, which includes social and climate funds. All they require the countries to have a strategy, even to support the private sector. So this is quite important, the strategic long-term planning. Otherwise, even the money out there, we cannot use it.
Just to mention something and then give the floor to Mr. Kremlis. In Greece, we have national and EU funds supporting SMEs to adopt any kind of activity regarding circular economy. One of the main problems that we are facing is the SMEs to be on time and to be 100% to follow the instructions, let's say, of the European Union and certify at the end that is an SME with all this circular, regarding to the circular strategy.
In waste management, there are economic incentives. One of them is pay as you throw. So if you throw less, you reuse more, you recycle more, you do not pay fees or taxes depending on the scheme that applies in the country. So this is an incentive clearly. And the other is the DRS, Deposit and Refund Scheme. For example, all the recyclables have a barcode. If you take them back to the supermarket or to some points where you have bought them, you get back the fee, the tax that you have paid. It can be 5, 10, 15 cents, I mean, in the Euro countries. So this is again another incentive. And I would like to add, Anthi has already mentioned this, in Greece we have now a new development law which supports through European Union grants and loans. You can get a grant up to 60%, circular economy projects, leading, for example, to reuse, recycling, to other possibilities in relation to renewable energy sources, startups, innovation, etc. These are extremely important, and we have developed a good practice in Greece in that respect. This is a very recent law that we can share with you. And the last point that I wanted to make, I mean, Jadranka made also very relevant points to the new financial instruments, climate, the social climate fund. All this have to comply with the taxonomy regulation. every new project needs to be in line with the taxonomy regulation, and the taxonomy regulation refers to circular economy. So in reality, the project needs to be green, needs to be circular, and in this context, as Svetlana has said, a climate proofing is taking place. Because it's very important when the European Union gives money to a specific project, be it a motorway, a wastewater treatment plant, or a drinking, to assess the vulnerability of the project and try to make it resilient because, and I will finish with this, the Floods Directive is a very old directive since 2010. And it foresees the identification of the areas which are threatened by floods. If you can reply to this, who is threatened by floods? All the country is now threatened by flood, except the mountains. I mean, they can be threatened in a different way, but the floods affect, and in Greece we had examples where areas that were not identified as risk flood areas have been flooded. So in that respect, the climate proofing of any project under the taxonomy regulation is extremely important.
Sure, Ms. Svetlana, go ahead.
Yes, I was sure that you will address, George, most of the possibilities that are for subsidizing and helping the private sector. But just to add one sentence, we should stop talking about subsidies. We should talk about investments. So what the European funds are doing through all these programs that, George, you have said, it's in order to generate investments for the private sectors and to lower the costs. And what is needed from the private sector perspective is also to see these investments for which they would be helped by EU and other funds as a business case.
Exactly, because my question, maybe I did not address it precisely. As I said, I'm from private sector, and I don't, to be honest, I don't believe too much in gifts and so on. So each implementation I look as an investment. Absolutely. That's why I mentioned return on investment. So in order to implement something, I need to have a clear goal. 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, when this investment is going to be paid off. So.
Yeah, so that was my point to add also.
Okay, thank you for the question and of course for the responses. I think we are now done with the questions, right? Yes, okay. If that is the case, then I would like to offer the key speaker, Ambassador Kremlis, the opportunity to provide some closing words, if he wishes to do so, of course.
Just to thank the panelists. I believe there was interaction amongst them and with the audience, which we have appreciated a lot. There was complementarity amongst the presentations, which was really very good. And I wanted to say that for me, probably as we are the last panel, now our common aid is to speed up enlargement. Europe owes enlargement to the Western Balkans. We have to start from the Western Balkans. And of course, in that respect, I wanted also to use the saying that we are using in the environmental jargon, think globally, act locally, but for us, act jointly. And I think Anthi and all the panelists have mentioned that we need to cooperate. Greece is supporting the enlargement. We need it, especially in those difficult times. Europe needs to be stronger. Europe needs to have a stronger voice. And in that respect, we need also more European funds in the future to support the enlargement. Thank you very much. I wanted once again to thank Sasho for this opportunity that we are given, and we're looking forward to the next event next year.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kremlis. And thank you, everyone. This basically concludes the panel on blue circular economy. Professor, should we go?
we came to the end. I picked up two words which are the marks of our organization. Dream and together. Balkan Economic Forum started as a dream back in 2014. Mr. Alek Mali is the original co-founder, one of the co-founders back in 2014 in Greece. I joined in Athens. I joined in 2015. Our original motto was together for a brighter future, but we kind of shorten it to make it like more focused for a brighter future. So thank you for these two words, which reminded us of the reason why Balkan Economic Forum came into operation, let's say like that. I would, first of all, I will take just 1 minute. First of all, I would like to really extend my deepest and most sincere gratitude to the sponsors, supporters, media partners, knowledge and science partners, BEF team, without whom I will not be able to organize. I mean, without them, we are not able to organize this conference. And the second thing, this conference marks the end of the first phase of our development. Meaning, we organized so far 6 conferences, starting 2015 in Athens, 2021 an online conference, and then Skopje, Tirana, Zagreb, and Belgrade. So until today, we tried to build our capacity, we tried to build our networks, we tried to build our roster of collaborators, of partners, of supporters, and so on and so forth. So starting from, let's say, from Monday, we are entering the second phase, which will probably be more project oriented. So we collected a lot of ideas, a lot of great initiatives. So expect us to knock on your doors, virtual doors, in the months to come, so that we can start building regional project activities to implement regional project ideas in the areas of professional interest which are common to each and every one of you. So once again, thank you very much for your endurance, patience, to stay with us all these hours. And I can take the liberty of saying you are the heroes of the Balkans. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.